Welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vital idols? Welcome back to another episode of Neon Leon. How are all you vital idols doing? Oh, we've got one hell of a show for you today because we're doing something a little bit different than we normally do. We're going to be doing a live panel review of DragonBall Daima, something that I don't usually do. Don't do animation reviews. We'll leave that to the gooch, but let's be real. It's the 1 year anniversary of the passing of a hero and legend, so I've assembled my own Z-Fighters of folk to talk about this anime with. Good, bad, ugly. We're going to review it, and it's going to be a good time. So let's get into it. Tell the people who you are and what you do. Cindy, let's start with you.
Hi, I'm Cinevere. You guys can find me on all platforms as Cinevere. I like to cover anime, games, and, the occasional horror bit. I'm so excited for this, guys.
I am as well. And then, man, my brother from another mother, anytime we cover something Dragon Ball or Sonic or whatnot, I got to have my boy on Blue Collar Loser. You saw this bitch in theaters. Tell people who you are and what you do.
Actually, yeah. Well, unfortunately, it was only the first 3 episodes, but I brought my kid back in December. They had the first 3 in dubbed and Dragon Ball Daima on the big screen, and it was just basically, like a movie. But I'll tell you one thing, the animation up in the theater, I'm watching this like, oh God, this is the greatest thing ever. But Leon, I always get like best whiskey for you. So I bought this stuff here. It's called Fighting Cock Whiskey. Because when I think about Leon, I think about cock. So, nice Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey.
I can already tell what kind of show this is going to be, and I'm so stoked for it. Well, I got the vodka right here, my boy. I got that new Amsterdam. So let's drink up, Buttercup, because we got to pour one out for our boy, Akira Toriyama, R.I.P. Daxonar, my man, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Well, what I do is being very confused because I seem to have been thrust backward in time into my youngest self. I don't know what's going on, but I hope we can figure it out tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my God.
And last but not least, making her second appearance on the channel, Nerdigans Inc., the premier anime writer for Bounding, my good boy Spence. Girly, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Nerdigans Inc. I cover anime and manga on Bounding into Comics. I have been covering anime and manga on YouTube for over 10 years. My channel's 10-year anniversary was in January. And unfortunately,
congratulations. What, you started your channel when you were like 12?
No, I started back in 2015. Unfortunately, I'm dealing with a second false copyright strike. It's yes.
Been there.
That's absolute bullshit. To be fair, my Akira Toriyama in memoriam stream that we did a year ago hit all sorts of copyright bogus as well. You can't even celebrate the life of a legend without that absolute bogus. So I completely understand. Guys, we're gonna have a great time. We're gonna go through. We're gonna expound on Daima. Before that, we gotta say hi to the chat, and we gotta hit a couple pre-stream legends. Actually, just one pre-stream legend who came in with that double. Jake Martin coming in with first a member for 4 months. Jake, thank you so much. And he says, "Does anybody with the voice of an angel want to sing this, or are you gonna get have me do it?"
You do it.
I can give it my best shot.
Yeah, let's hear it, Dax. Give it to us, buddy.
Achara, achara,
terrible.
He broke his mic.
And then Jake coming in with a $10 banger super sticker with the hippopotamus, the backwards hat, going all Ash Ketchum. My man, thank you so much. You didn't need what you did. Truly does mean the world to me. And you know what? we're gonna give you this clip instead in honor of Dragon Ball.
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
That was for Dax's singing right there. Nah, man, we love it. Thank you so much. Now, who else we got in chat? Let's see who else showing up. Of course, Dax was here, the best model in the whole damn land, joining us on the panel from the jump for once. Little Miss Anonymous says, "Me yowdy, y'all. Ryan is here. Is this where the white women are? I mean, we got at least one of them on crew right now. She's Jewish though, so it depends on whether or not you how you swing. I dated a Jewish woman once. She tried to rob me. And then Cindy, do you consider your model white?
She's a dragon. So
okay. So on a scale of how white, you get it, scale, because
I see.
Anyway, we got Juanita Del Cello
Good God.
Keezian, the true feminist in the house. How you doing? This, by the way, Nerdigans, you will love. This is our anti JDA fan club. Like, it's very, very, yeah, it's a confusion dance of John Del Rose and Anita Sarkeesian. It's a beautiful account. Wyron of Bly is here. How you doing, Wyron? Appreciate you showing up, brother. I think we already hit Ryan. William Richardson, I'm going to bed, but I'll leave the stream up my phone. Well, thank you. I truly appreciate that. Hopefully, you watch the replay and you enjoy what you hear. Paul Byersmith in the house. How you doing, Paul? Leonardo Gostal is here. Of course, Cindy is here as well, keeping it locked down in the chat. Am I missing anybody? Let's see. Just scrolling. Of course, Jake Martin. He's at the chats now. It's here. Blue collar, 1 a.m. I hate everyone. Oh man, we're gonna get you into proper mood when we do this, and it's gonna be a good time. Let's see who else we got. Hey, Mystic J Vegeta is here. Thank you so much for showing up.
Awesome.
Hopefully we get a little more Dragon Ball fan in the chat. Crowbacks in the house. Philip Lee Morgan, thank you so much. And then Rossi, we got Rossi here, and Rossi sent a $2 super sticker. Says, "Hail Leon and my love." He's talking about you, Cindy, if you didn't get that.
Hi, Rossi. Good to see you.
Rossi out here trying to steal my woman. I'm all like,
Shut up, bitch.
nah, Rossi, we love you. Thank you so much, brother. All right, guys, let's waste no time. Because frankly, I don't even know how long the stream's going to be. I don't really know. We're not coming in with any sort of plan. We're just going to give our thoughts. Before we talk about Daima, I kind of want to go around the room, and we'll start with Nerdigans this time. And what was your introduction to Toriyama and or Dragon Ball? Like, how did you even get to be a fan of his work or the franchise or both?
Well, probably it's going to be the same for the majority of you. Is I'm part of the Toonami generation, and every day after school, I would go to my friend's house because at the time I didn't have Cartoon Network, so I'd go to my guy friend's house, and we would watch Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon. At the time, it was Beast Wars as well. But yeah, so that's how I got my introduction into Dragon Ball, and it went, from there, and of course GT, which is, obviously what Daima is. And I don't know why Yoku didn't say Super Dragon Ball Heroes, because let's be real, this is a mixture of Super Dragon Ball Heroes and Dragon Ball GT.
I like how you brought him up, because obviously he's the one that dropped the bomb recently about whether this is canon or not, which a lot of folks have been arguing. We will get into that discussion a little bit later on, the canonicity of this anime, this adaptation. Dax, what about you? What was your introduction to Toriyama and or Dragon Ball?
Well, I, like many others, started in the good old Saiyan saga. And even with no context, seeing Piccolo try to blow up Raditz and him just shrug it off, I'm like, okay, I'm in for a good time. And he goes, knees his brother in the stomach, says, hey, go kill 100 fools, or I'll kill your whole family. It's great stuff, real compelling. And then he gets, skewered through the chest and has to go run on a giant snake. So I was in it from that point. I'm like, I need to see where this goes. And I didn't watch
this on Toonami or like Cartoon Network? Or were you watching like okay, gotcha.
Echoing Nerdigans, Sean Schimmel and Chris Sabat are my Goku and Vegeta. But I have gotten a lot better appreciation for the Japanese voices from watching Daima this time. So I'm here to talk about it.
Love to see it. Cinevere, what about you? What was your introduction to the work of this master, or to Dragon Ball, or both?
Oh man, I went about it the hard way, guys. I had a friend who, when I was a kid, would bring it, or would have it at her house. Her father would travel to Japan and actually bring it back with him. And usually it was like a fan translation one. And I actually saw Gogeta before I saw everybody else properly.
Damn.
So I got a little confused on what was going on.
Oh, so you had it you had the part of me wants to say the bootleg, but no, you had the pirated VHSs.
Yes. Yes.
Boy, remember those days?
I was gonna
God, now
say, yeah,
I
I
feel
know Blue
old
Collar
'cause I
knows
know
all about
exactly
those days because that's how
I
we used to watch
I feel
anime.
old because I know exactly what she's talking about because I have friends that have gotten pirated VHSs and have told me these stories as well. And I've watched a couple of them. But yeah,
Yeah, I've watched pirated VHSs of other anime, but never Dragon Ball. But Blue Collar, isn't that how you grew up as well? Since you are a bit
Yeah.
of a different vintage than me, so yeah, how'd you get into
Oh,
all
definitely.
this?
I mean, I never forget my very first introduction to Dragon Ball was the Tree of Might because and that was back on VHS. So of course you're watching Tree of Might and not knowing the series. I'm like, what the hell is this? I never heard of this before. And before the days of the internet, boys and girls, and even cable in New York, we just didn't have Dragon Ball Z. We had Transformers, Ninja Turtles, GI Joe, the usual. So once in a while, of course, we were poor. It was like $30 for a damn VHS to have 2 episodes. So once in a while, you might get a friend and might get a pirate copy, and like you'd get 1 or 2 episodes here and there. And of course, then eventually when Toonami came out and we had the shift in voice, I still remember the original Dragon Ball opening where it's like Dragon, Dragon, watch the Dragon, Dragon
Dude, I
Ball.
play on guitar. It's so much fun.
Exactly. And so, but in like anything, people get attached to voice actors. I know people get hardcore about the Japanese and the subtitles, but like I always say, Kevin Conroy, you can't think Batman without thinking Kevin Conroy. So I was so used to like Goku and Vegeta that when it shifted over to like Sean Schimmel, I'm like, man, Goku sounds terrible. But Vegeta, everyone knows the whole like it was it's over 9,000, and I was used to that Vegeta. So when they
Brian
redubbed
Drummond,
everything,
yep.
yeah, I first heard it. I'm like, this sounds terrible. But then now it's been 20 some odd years later. I'm used to it. But yeah, once Toonami came in, then I got to go back and watch actual all Dragon Ball Z again. Then eventually Dragon Ball with the internet. But there was no Dragon Ball ever where I'm from.
Yeah, I'm actually in a somewhat in between boat of you and Cinny and then Nerdigans and Dax because I was blessed to know that my father was a straight up weeb. Back when it was still called Japanimation, like in the 80s. The word I didn't hear the word anime until I was like 13 years old. It was always Japanimation in my home. And so I was watching anime at like 4 years old or something. So it was the ocean dub of Dragon Ball on like the early morning Saturday blocks or whatever it was. And there was I didn't know at the time, but there was all this censorship. They couldn't say die. They'd say like another dimension. Like Peter Kalamick was 100% my Goku at first. And the English cast, it comes to Toonami. It grew on me. I absolutely just became obsessed. It is Resident Evil, Dragon Ball, and Sonic are like my 3 favorite IPs of all time. And it is the Holy Trinity. But Toriyama also did so much amazing work that at the time I didn't know was him that I was also consuming like Dragon Quest, the games and things of that nature. So yeah, all in all, the world was shocked a little over a year ago at his passing. 100% gone too soon. We did like a 6-hour drunken "We Will Never Forget You" sort of stream, and this was the last project that he truly had a hands-on attachment to before his passing. In fact, he's famously never really been attached to the majority of the Dragon Ball anime. So this is probably the most he's ever been involved. And the fact the last episode debuted on the anniversary of his death is serendipitous. So let's just go around the horn and start talking about what our experience with this series was, and sort of we'll dissect things as we go because there's a lot to talk about. We'll try and go in chronological order. There will be spoilers if you guys haven't seen Daima. But by the same token, why you're here if you ain't seen Daima? This is a Daima review stream. So Blue Collar, let's start with you since you saw it before any of us, giving you the theatrical experience. What was your experience like when you first saw it, and then did you keep watching weekly? How did it go for you?
Like I said, during Christmas time, I just brought my kid to the theater, episodes 1, 2, and 3, and of course it was. And people can complain about anime, man. It's bad when I go into a almost sold out on Friday night theater, and just in Dragon Ball. I don't care if you're black, white, whatever, gay, straight, young, old. Everybody's watching Dragon Ball. I'm bringing my kid who's 17. I'm looking around, and everyone's just like staring at the screen. Animation was fantastic. Just seeing like the flashbacks to the Buu saga and Cell saga, and yeah, I kept watching it every single week. And then eventually, on the anniversary, like Leon tweeted out to you, got drunk after watching Judge Dredd, had a pizza, to drink some whiskey. And I'm like, you know what, man, I'm spending my Friday night watching the final episode of Daima on the man's anniversary, drunk, eating pizza, and I'm like, it's a good day.
Cinnamir, what about you? What did you watched this in like chunks, correct?
I watched like the first 3-4 episodes, and then you had mentioned that you were going to watch Daima, and I'm like, I'm going to binge the shit out of this before you watch it. And then you beat me.
I did. I got that mad dedication, yo. Is Dragon Ball. Nerdigans, what about you? What did you watch it weekly or?
Yep, I watched it weekly, and I covered the sub on my Patreon. And this is like the first time I watched like a simulcast of Dragon Ball anime. Period. Because
Really?
because after I didn't watch the Dragon Ball Super anime because at that point in time I was reading the Dragon Ball Super manga, and I've covered on my channel, and I was just like, after you read, and this is how it is for me, is after you read like the source material, it's like it's really hard to go back to the anime adaptation of it and just like enjoy it. It really is. So yeah, I didn't watch Dragon Ball Super anime. So this is my first time really watching Dragon Ball anime simulcast, and this is the first time I did it with sub too, and I really grew an appreciation for especially Masako Nozawa.
Masako Nozawa is my Goku girl. Preach.
Yeah, I met the Vegeta Japanese actor at my first anime convention back in 2018. And that was at Crunchyroll Expo.
He is actually my favorite voice actor in Japanese voice actor. And not even because of Vegeta, but because of Legend of the Galactic Heroes. For those of you like deep cut weebs, so
yeah, he's a really, really nice guy in person, just like Masako. And something that Masako Nozawa said in a recent interview is that she considers Goku her alter ego. Like Goku is literally a part of herself. And I thought that
she's been playing the character for 40-something years. She actually holds the Guinness World Record for the most consistently voice acted character in a video game.
Wow.
So that's wild. And then last but not least, Dax, we'll get to you. How did you watch weekly? Did you watch it in chunks and spurts? Like what was your experience watching this? And did you watch sub or dub?
I went full sub on this one. Pause. And I just finished the series today, as a matter of fact, just a couple hours ago. And oh boy, lots of stuff to go over. I just started rewatching episode 1 as well to get a better idea of how everything came together. And I'm like, oh, they did set up the demon eye. That was neat. Yeah, coming away, my feelings are fairly positive, which is a nice change of pace. I gotta say, Nerdigans, missing Super, you didn't miss much.
Well, I read the manga. I covered the manga adaptation, or the manga, which is the true canon for Dragon Ball Super, because Toriyama and Toyotaro work on it. So
right.
To be fair, the anime for Super started before the manga, and Toyotaro worked on that as well. So I don't even know. I would say that everything post the Tournament of Power is the true canon, but prior to that,
it's like a mix.
The manga. Yeah, the canonicity of the manga versus anime for Super is strange. Now, Dax is a resident Super hater. I loved Super. Really? I think it's not as good as Z, but I love it. And also, why don't I lie? Hopefully, you're not talking about the shitty remake. If you are, worst anime ever made, watch the original 80s anime. It is literally, while Dragon Ball is my favorite, Legend of the Galactic Heroes is the best anime ever made. But either way, so let's talk about our general feelings towards the show, because does anybody else remember this being divisive when the first few episodes came out?
Definitely.
Yes, I do. And you know who it was from? It was from the people in particular that didn't watch Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball, or just like hated the original Dragon Ball. Like for those of us that watched the original Dragon Ball and read the original Dragon Ball manga and grew up and loved it, like it was great for us because we knew what it was. It was just the original Dragon Ball, and it for us, like even before Yoku came out and said that this was for like the GT generation, it's like, yeah, this is definitely Toriyama's take on GT. I think we all knew that's what this was.
Definitely, yeah. And for people who hated GT, it was the biggest criticism. Oh, he's just ripping off GT. It's like, well, I mean, it's his own property. He's not ripping off his own shit.
Cindy, Dax, you got anything to add?
Well, I do. No, I do. Just trying to make sure I'm not snap, crackle, popping. But basically, I was probably on the other side of the fence with that division, because not even because I don't like GT, because I'm fairly fond of it, but the criticism of, oh well, they're just turning into kids, you don't know that it's going to be like GT. Well, it's like, but that's the promotional material, that's what they're putting forward, so that's clearly the vibe that they're going for, which could be a good or a bad thing. Like, which I thought it was going to be bad. I'm not gonna lie, I did not have a whole
I
lot
think
of
you and I
faith in the
argued
show.
about this before the show dropped on one of my other streams.
Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty much a Dragon Ball curmudgeon these days, but after seeing this show, my heart grew 3 sizes. So
Yeah, I loved it. I was nervous after the first, so I watched it weekly for the first 3 or 4 episodes, but constantly putting out videos and streaming, I fell behind, and so I would have to watch it in chunks and bursts. And like Dax would be in the chat, like, "Yo, did you see X, Y, Z?" I was like, "No, I didn't. I'm behind." And but then once I was catching up, and then I think I was on episode like 12 or 14 or something when Cindy said that she was watching. I was like, okay, now time to power through this motherfucker. And just did it effectively all in one sitting, finished it out. And I gotta say, I loved it. So like before we go into the, we'll save that question for last. What is, because this is obviously a comparison to GT. I think there's no way to get around those comparisons. I also have a fondness for GT. I think that GT is a lot of great ideas with bad execution, but the things that have great execution are done very well. Super Saiyan 4, for example, which we makes a comeback in this. But when the show starts, it's an interesting premise. And so let's just talk about the first 3 episodes. What are your guys' thoughts? And we'll sort of dissect this chunk by chunk is the way you should do it. So we'll start the first 3 episodes. The premise is the king of the demon realm, who has usurped Deborah, has seen the fight with Majin Buu. He gets worried that Goku and crew are going to invade the demon world because he's terrified of losing his power, and he decides to take a Namekian elder from the demon realm, head into our world, or the Dragon Ball world, the real world, Earth, whatever you call it, and wish the cast of Dragon Ball to all be children in hopes of shrinking down their power. And that's effectively the first. And then the cast test of Goku and Supreme Kai have to go to the demon realm to try and fix this. They also kidnap Dende so that he can make new Dragon Balls. The demons do. So there's your setup. First 3 episodes. Thoughts?
It's not complicated, and it doesn't have to be.
Well, I first of all, going to the demon realm was something that I have been waiting for forever, because since like we got like the demon realm content in Super Dragon Ball Heroes. So to see it was just
a little bit in the Xenoverse games.
Like, yeah, but the way it's done in Super Dragon Ball Heroes is amazing. If you have not read the Super Dragon Ball Heroes manga, go read it. It is pure fan service. It is a guilty pleasure manga, but like there's some really, really cool Demon Realm lore in there that you will really appreciate. But anyways, but yeah, the fact that from what I've heard through the grapevine, that this has potentially is going to connect to the Dragon Ball Super manga, it gives me hope that we will be getting a Demon Realm arc in the Dragon Ball Super manga at some point. That makes me happy, because that gives me hope for demon gods, because that's what I want.
Yeah, I know.
But
real quick, Rossi came in, gifted 1 Words of Bear's membership. Rossi, thank you so much. You truly did not need to, but you did. It means the absolute world to me. And you know what? For all y'all in here, I guarantee y'all motherfuckers were gooning over Bulma. And if you were gooning over Bulma, then you need to repent.
Oh, the other thing I do want to mention, though, as well, is we got to see what was under Popo's turban. That like blew my mind.
That was wild. Yeah, I
oh my goodness.
Go for it.
The little horns. The little stubs on his head was, oh my gosh, I lost it. I was like, I'm going to hug this little thing. I love him. Oh my gosh.
Like, little Popo is just adorable. I lost my mind when I saw little Popo.
I know. I could have broken glass. Oh my gosh. The squee was like so loud.
See, that's how you do DEI, right?
Leon, just because of that
I
reaction,
agree.
I think you should play the Leon Kennedy women clip.
For a super chat, if it's relevant, maybe. I've only got so many
You're
clips, so I gotta save them for the chats.
All
But
right.
yes, no, you're
So-
right. That would have been a good time to play women. Go on, Dax.
As far as the premise goes, one thing I noticed right off the bat when like it's Goku has been protecting the Earth for yada yada yada, and then we see Goma and Degasu, and they're chilling in his throne room, and he has this like the scene in Matrix Revolutions where there's all the TVs and he sees everything. Like,
Oh, that was so sick. That art and animation was fire.
Cryptic, if you watched all of Daima and you want on the panel, I will send you a link right now. You are like an anime goat, so I could actually bring you on the panel if you did watch all of Daima.
Yeah,
Sorry, continue.
No, you're good. Basically, I have one big question right off the bat. Who made this fucking computer screen? Because he is watching events from a different universe on a crazy planet he knows nothing about, and he's going through time. He's like skipping, he's like fast forwarding through the saga, and he gets all the cliff notes of like Majin, Vegeta, and everything. Arinsu made it? Yeah, okay, right. And I'll get to her, but and so already I'm like, this is the most amazing piece of technology. Holy shit.
Mhm.
And he's like, oh man, they got Dragon Balls. We got Dragon Balls. Oh my God. And so then he sees, Deborah get owned and all that. And he's like, oh shit, I'm the free Demon King realm get. I'm all good. Let's fucking crack the champagne. And Arinsu's like, if they came here, you'd totally be fucked. And as we'll find out later, if he left them alone, they would have had absolutely no way of getting there, which Krovax did highlight in the chat. I want to point out, good on you, because Goma's an idiot. And if he just let well enough alone, we wouldn't have a plot.
Goma, I wouldn't say he's an idiot. He's gullible, because we find out way later on that both of the Supreme Kai's siblings actually want to overthrow Goma and each become their own king of the demon realm. So it seems like they were manipulating him, knowing he would try and get these fuck shit up and make it easier for them to usurp the throne. Yeah,
he's a giant sucker. Like, he's very much reminiscent of Pilaf in the first arc.
Yes, he is.
Very intentionally. And so I'd call it a weak setup, but it's also a funny one, and that's clearly the tone they're going for. So I will give this one a pass. But I just wanted to point out the craziness of his machine and just how the whole plan gets off the ground. But so far I'm with it.
I actually did have a problem with episode 1. I think episode 1, while I liked the show as a whole, episode 1 itself was paced really poorly. The first half of the episode is effectively all Goma and his crew watching the events of the Buu arc in Z before we finally cut to Goku and crew. And a lot of it's stuff we'd seen before. I don't think we were getting really that much character insight that, like, at least for as long as it went on, it didn't justify what we learned about the characters, didn't justify the length. So, I mean, it's the first new Dragon Ball series since Super ended, and we don't get Goku and crew till the last, 6-8 minutes. And so yeah, I had problems with the first episode based on that. I don't think it actually comes together until the second episode, when I believe it's the second episode, when they introduce Glorio. And we're going to get to new characters being introduced throughout, because I actually really like a lot of the characters introduced here. Before we do that, Cryptic has joined the chat. Cryptic, real quick, just give us your quick thoughts on what you thought of the first 3-ish episodes that sort of lay the groundwork for the story.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Your audio is shit, but we can't hear you.
It's shit because I'm driving right now and I'm on my AirPods. But it was.
Man, are you headed home?
Yeah.
All right, dude, just hop. Trust me, this is stream will still be going. Hop on when you head home, all right? Or when you get home.
I got you. I'm just gonna be in there listening.
Yeah, you're good.
We'll be here, homie.
Leon, to your point, episode 1, I do agree with the recap. I think because for a lot of people, and it's no fault, it's technology. Sometimes you could say that the Dragon Ball Z and the animation does get dated. Just seeing, again, the Cell Saga and the flashbacks, all with this brand new animation, I was just so enthralled by just seeing Majin Buu and Goku and Super Saiyan 3 drawn in this new animation. I kind of forgive the recap because I'm like, man, just you could say that guys, 90s animation is what it is, and just seeing all these new cell shading and I was so happy just watching this flashbacks with Daima animation.
That actually, I saw a lot of discourse on X when the flashback happened of people saying like, this is why we need a remake of Dragon Ball Z, and I vehemently deny this. DBZ is fucking fantastic. That hand-drawn animation holds up great. If you want to give us flashbacks and stuff like this with modern animation, go for it. But I do not think that the talks of a remake are warranted based on because I just do not think they do it justice.
Yeah,
and a lot of while this show looks gorgeous, it still doesn't quite have just the warmth of the old hand-drawn, cell shit animation. But what do you guys think about that?
If anything needs a remake, it's Dragon Ball Super, and it is an adaptation of the manga, because there was a lot of stuff from the manga that did not get adapted. Like, for example, like Vegeta's fight with Zamasu when he was in Super Saiyan God, and like when he punched Zamasu, like that's when it turned like Super Saiyan Blue. That wasn't adapted. There was like little things in the manga that did not get adapted into the anime that would have been really cool to see. If you want to do like a redo, like a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, if you would, of Dragon Ball Super, go for it. But of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, well, Dragon Ball, there is a little original Dragon Ball. There is filler, mind you, so you could maybe make an argument for it, but I wouldn't do it.
No,
I'm not going to acknowledge. I'm not going to acknowledge Nadia without a super chat. If she wants me to rage, she have to pay for me to rage.
Who's Nadia? Who? Huh?
No, I agree with her. I love
Sailor
Moon. He won't even let me talk.
Sailor Moon's great, but it's not better than Dragon Ball.
We can argue that.
But yeah, no. So we've got the character of Glorio is introduced in these first few episodes. He's the one that brings Goku and the Supreme Kai to the Demon World. This is the first time we get a new character who seems like he's on the side of the humans, or the Z fighters, I should say, the Saiyans. What do y'all think of Glorio when he was introduced? Because he's got some interesting development as the show goes on.
He's fun.
I was interested in him, and over the course of the show, he's very much the straight man. Like that's almost certainly what Toriyama was thinking for him when he was writing this character up, sketching him up, like in their little triumvirate that happens, him, Supreme Kai, and Glorio. Like Glorio's the plot guy, constantly trying to get things moving and get to the next step. Oh, Nadia, thank you. And
okay, all right. Dax, stow yourself. All right, so here's the deal, you dumb bitch. Here's the I'm gonna lay it out for you. First of all, Harry Potter's gonna fucking suck. I was all on board that Harry Potter train. Like, yes, accuracy to the books. And then they went, if they're gonna cast a black Snape when they tout accuracy to the source material, what else are they gonna do? It ain't even a problem that Snape is black inherently. I mean, that is a problem. Race swaps fucking cringe. That just goes to show that they're not being source material accurate. You got what, 7 seasons of bull fuckery that's going to happen? So yeah, first of all, fuck your love for Harry Potter. I bet you talk about having a goddamn Hogwarts tattoo. I bet it's a tramp stamp, you dirty slut. Now, as far as Sailor Moon goes, no, Sailor Moon is a classic. We all love it. Sailor Moon is the progenitor for the magical girl genre. However, I don't see any holidays for Sailor Moon. Where's Sailor Moon's floating the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade? You fucking fag. Okay, love you. Love you,
Was
Mads.
there a Dragon Ball Z museum?
Now is when we will use the clip that fucking Dax was talking about.
Women.
All right.
I'm curious. This is actually a legit question. Was there a Dragon Ball Z museum for a year?
I don't know if it only lasted a year, but there absolutely was one.
Oh yeah, no, they have they did that for Sailor Moon for like a year, and then they made an official exhibit for it because it was just so popular. But it travels like all over Japan.
So yeah, Dragon Ball's got. I don't know if it's only a year or if it's a permanent one, but yeah, Dragon Ball does have one. Also, I had a feeling it was a tramp stamp, but I didn't spend as long thinking on that as you know what, we're gonna get past that anyway. So back to Glorio and Dax, what you were saying.
Yeah, like.
Mystics get it.
Thinking back over the whole show, what I'm left with Glorio is he's fine. I don't particularly think he's super interesting, but he's a solid straight man, and I'm sure we'll get to this at some point. His first fight with Goku might be one of my favorite fight scenes in the show, just because of how effectively it establishes like the power levels between them and Glorio's reaction to it and the way the fight resolves is a really
you know
nice
what?
ending for
Since we're
both.
on his introduction, let's stow that thought for a moment.
Yeah,
The first time we see him do anything action-wise is actually that gunfight he pulls off with those barbarian bandits.
Yeah.
And that was when I was like, oh, this dude ain't just a plot device. He's going to be able to hold his own. We're going to get some interesting fight. Let's be real. Everyone loves the story of Dragon Ball Z because it's fun, but like Blue Collar said, it's simple. You're watching DBZ for the fights at the end of the day.
I want to ask panel, and like it could be the difference between people how we age and storytelling. Dragon Ball, as like nerdy was saying, I would say it's very kid targeted, and then also the audience grows and adapts, almost like I hate to say Harry Potter. When you get to Dragon Ball Z is the audience adapting and getting older. That's made more for teenagers, and so this in GT you could say is more you're getting to your adulthood. This is a callback to Dragon Ball, which is more targeted towards kids. The animation, the storytelling, the character development is a lot more simplistic, but Daima is not really targeted towards adults. I'd say it is more kid friendly.
Well, what
Real
Yoku
quick,
said,
Juanita Dale Sutters keys the true feminist for a two-banger, says gushing over magical girls over Sailor Moon. First of all, wrong. You wouldn't have gushing over magical girls without Sailor Moon. But also, I never saw gushing over magical girls. I'm not one of those prudes that's all like, oh, you can't goon over anime characters because like me and Nerdigans actually have a very similar thought on this. They're fucking drawings. Even so, gushing over magical girls had some moments where I was like, oh, I feel dirty watching this. I'm not gonna say it can't exist and people can't enjoy it, but I felt dirty with the clips I saw. So yeah,
I can't abide about Daima. So Ioku said that the target demographic for Daima was for our generation and their kids. So 30-year-old parents with their kids said that they could watch it together. So that's probably why you kind of felt that way.
Which, yeah, like I'm not saying it's a bad thing by any means. I mean, like everybody, I can go watch a Disney Pixar film at any age, but I feel like definitely Z because it is more action pack oriented, more fight oriented. That's not for children; it's more teenagers wanting the action genre.
Rossi has an excellent question. And by the way, this stream, I didn't really mention it, at least to the extent I should have. Not only is this a Dragon Ball Daima review, but it's also sort of a memoriam for Akira Toriyama. So, yes, anytime you guys want to bring up Z or Toriyama or anything like that, you'd love to see it. Rossi for 5 says, what's y'all's favorite Dragon Ball or I think it's supposed to be DBZ memory? Mine's when Vegeta saves Goku and goes Super Saiyan, then beats the shit out of Android 19. You know what? We're going to start with you, Blue Collars. Let's start with you. What's your favorite DBZ memory? Or Dragon Ball memory or Toriyama in general?
I would just say memory because just hitting high school and I was at work and a friend of mine's like, hey, the brand new Dragon Ball animation came out. And when they shifted over, the very first new thing we got, because there was a hiatus, was when Trunks came in and then he fought, of course, Frieza and cut the son bitch in half. And at that point, Frieza was still, him and Goku were going back and forth with Super Saiyan, but this was brand new animation, brand new voice actors, and how easily fucking Trunks just dispatched Frieza. And you're like, who the hell's this new kid with purple hair? And like that's shit, just introducing Trunks like this badass new character, just no problem.
Trunks got the best introduction of any character ever. The drip on that boy, holy fuck!
Well, not just that, but his hair kept him from being like recognizable.
Yeah.
To anyone else, because I mean, you look at Gohan and you're like, oh, I can see the resemblance, but you look at Trunks and you can't say that. There's nobody he looks like.
The boy takes more after his mother.
Yeah,
yes.
So for that part, Leon, for me.
Cindy, what about you? What's your favorite memory of either a personal memory with Dragon Ball or just I think because when he said memory, he described a scene from the show. He might mean scene from the show. So feel free to give both or whatever.
I'll be honest. I think the most I'll remember or take away from this is just the afternoons I spent at my friend's house or Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
You're one of them. Nerdigans, what about you?
Well, in terms of like one of my favorite moments from the series, I'm going to go back old school, is probably when Goku defeated either when Goku defeated the Red Ribbon Army by himself, either that or like when we saw the whole thing with Ader, which was really, really, really good too. Or when Goku took out King Piccolo, that was just
So would you say you're more of an OG Dragon Ball fan than DBZ fan?
Like you really appreciate OG Dragon Ball. When you read the manga, you really appreciate OG Dragon Ball a lot more. Like the anime is great. I
I love
the
both,
Dragon
and
Ball
yeah, I
anime.
don't think enough people give Dragon Ball the love it deserves. It is rare to hear people glaze Dragon Ball so much, and it's refreshing. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, and especially with the old, because the old, the original Dragon Ball anime doesn't have the Faulkner soundtrack. It has the original Japanese soundtrack, and like when you listen to it, it's so charming and it's so whimsical. Like it makes you feel really good just listening to it, and you just want to enjoy it.
Yeah, Lynx, I would say, like for a lot of people that were teenagers, if you got introduced to Dragon Ball Z, by comparison, Dragon Ball would seem pretty slow. So a lot of people that use that fast-paced Super Saiyan, whatever, Super Saiyan 2, and Dragon Ball purposely it's not the same pacing. So it does take a certain appreciation for that.
Yeah, you gotta want to enjoy the adventure.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is very much an adventure style comedy first. Action is secondary until you get like I'd say halfway through or so. But Dax, what about you? Favorite Dragon Ball scenes and or memories?
Oh,
Rossi getting a lot out of this $5. This is $5 well
we're
spent,
never
son.
gonna get back to that at this rate, but okay. I think I'll just go with one. I think I'm gonna go with the ×20 Kamehameha on Namek. Specifically because this is the midpoint in the fight after Goku and Frieza have been going at it for a while, and Goku's just getting bodied, right? Just absolutely destroyed again and again. You know, it's just like, what the hell is he gonna do? And then he pulls the Kaioken out, gives him that one really strong right hand, and just declares like, I don't give a fuck how strong you are, I'm winning, fuck you. And then just looks like he blows his ass to hell. And of course it's Dragon Ball, so he doesn't. But that moment of just defiance is kind of what I like about Goku as a character in general, and is very well represented in the last fight of this show.
Dude, I can't wait till we get to that. That's of course going to be the climax of this particular stream. And then Rossi, to answer you for myself, my favorite memory of Dragon Ball growing up was all throughout recess in elementary school. Me, my at the time friend Colt Luttrell, haven't spoken to him in 20-25 years, who knows, and my best friend Cookies, friend of the channel, my roommate, who is still my best friend all these years later after meeting in 3rd grade. We would spend our recesses playing Dragon Ball. One person would be Broly and one would be Goku, would be Gohan, and we were literally just beating the shit out of each other on the playground to the point where the teachers were like, we were in trouble for doing it, but we wouldn't stop. So for 2 years straight, it was just beat each other up on the playground, get reprimanded. Beat each other up on the playground, get reprimanded. And like it was fucking amazing. And as far as my favorite memory or moment from the show, it is literally in the last 3 episodes. I believe it's the second to last episode. When Goku shares his ice cream cone with Pan. Pan gets into an altercation with some older boy, spills her ice cream. She starts crying, and Goku says, "You can have Grandpa's ice cream cone," which, to my knowledge, is the first and maybe only time we ever see Goku share food. That moment and when he meets Goten the first time are my favorite moments in all. There's so many cool fights, introductions, but seeing Goku meet Goten and seeing Goku give Pan his ice cream cone are my favorite moments in all of fucking Dragon Ball Z specifically.
That's so sweet.
Isn't that the beauty too? Is like it's such a diverse and such a long series that you could ask 10 people their 10 top moments, and I can't fight anybody on it.
Right, okay, so yeah, let's get back to Daima. We're talking about, yes, Dax and I were talking about Glorio, the introduction to his fight scene. Anything we want to cover for the first 3-ish episodes before we go further on?
Yes, I hate the openings and the ending because it should have been better.
Let's talk about that.
Okay,
like I'm a Zed fan, so I'm a sucker for the opening, and I've had that song stuck in my head. I've had Jock on stuck in my head.
Look, it's a beautiful song, but it's not Dragon Ball. It needed more metal, more guitar. It needed more soul.
More Dragon Soul.
Yes.
First Dragon Ball. It's not Japanese Dragon Ball.
So yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm actually with Nerdigans on this one, and that there's going to be a disconnect for people that grew up with the Falconer soundtrack and whatnot, which, to be fair, I did as well, that have the more rock-oriented stuff versus those that like the traditional Japanese soundtrack, which is very mystical and whimsical. And I personally prefer the Japanese stuff, but I won't lie, the intro to my Monday stream, Countercast, is actually based on Falconer's writing. I hit up my producer and was like, I don't want you to give me a Falconer song. I want you to give me your take on a Falconer song. So the nostalgia of the Falconer stuff will always be with me, but I have a preference overall musically as a musician towards the Japanese stuff.
And also, that said in an interview, I think it was with Real Sound, he said that he made sure that because he grew up as a Dragon Ball fan, and he wanted to make the opening song like based off of Het Chala, and like you could totally hear it.
Mm-hmm. I remember reading that interview like maybe just a couple days before Daima dropped, and yes, I love the opening for Daima, both not only musically but visually. The modern animation gives you just a explosive interest to this new world and adventure. Now, Blue Collar, you saw this in theaters. Did they play it as if it was 3 individual episodes, or did you just like get the intro and then play through 3 as if it was a movie?
Oh yeah, no, it was 3. It's basically three individual episodes. So yeah, just seeing this opening. I mean, the opening was still in Japanese, but then of course the voice actors were dubbed.
But did they play it 3 times, or they only play it once and then give each episode, then give end credits?
Yeah, no, it's 3 separate times. So yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah,
it's honestly a terrible markets. I hate that they do that in theaters because I feel like it takes away from the experience. You're paying so much money just for 3 episodes that you could wait a month for. I mean, granted, I'm glad that, for people like you who take their kids to go see it, it works out and it's actually a great experience. But for, people like me who aren't going to bring their children to this, so they're going for themselves, that means, it feels like it's such a wasted effort and we're kind of missing out because that's just so much more money that we have to shell out just to show our love and appreciation or experience this on a big screen.
Yeah, I mean, no, it depends. There was a little 20-minute before, and it just added to the runtime. We did like different interviews and talks with the creators, and it was all translated. But yeah, I said it wasn't for everybody, but it definitely was only made for diehard fans.
Right. See, and I'm opposite Sydney on this one. I love shit like that. I don't think it's a cash grab at all. I think it is I think it's a celebration of the fans that like, I don't know about you guys. I saw every Dragon Ball / Dragon Ball Z film from Battle of the Gods onwards in theaters. I saw Superhero, Broly, Battle of Gods, Dragon Ball Resurrection F. Every single time I went and saw those, they were event films. People were showing up in costume. They were clapping and cheering when the films were over. And we see this with a lot of anime. They're getting theatrical runs for the first few episodes. And like Blue Collar said, it's not just the episodes. They have segments where the creators being interviewed, or they've got segments that are like, here's the behind the scenes stuff. And it absolutely adds to the event of it. It's a celebration of fandom, and shit, for what, $12.50 a ticket or whatever to celebrate being a fan for an hour and a half, 2 hours, I think that's worth it. But that's just me.
Yeah, but if you bring in so many people, it gets too expensive. And then it's with everything being expensive already, you have to start going, okay, I have to cut this part out. So it kind of irritates me because I have to cut that part.
Here's the counter to that. If you had the extra $12.50 laying around, you wanted to go to see a movie, you have a new Marvel movie out, or the Dragon Ball Daima first 3 episodes, which would be more appealing to you? What are you going to shell out for?
A video game.
Good answer.
Okay, that's not hypothetical. I'm saying theatrical experience wise, if you want to go to the movies, because a lot of people like BCL and myself, we are movie buffs. We're movie hounds. We go see just about everything just because we like the theatrical experience.
I think that's harder to answer because I don't. It would depend on the movie because you would say MCU, but if you had said like, I don't know, Infinity War or Civil War or Winter Soldier, I would have been like, yes, I would pick one of those over like the anime.
Right, Daima wasn't out back then. I'm comparing it to the modern scene. So Daima was in theaters 3 months ago. So it was out around the same time as, let's say, Nosferatu. So if you had the option between Nosferatu and Daima, what do you think is the more bang for your buck experience?
It would be Nosferatu because I mean the anime would show up on Crunchyroll if I wait a month. I would get more from it by
So
going
you,
that
you
route.
don't have value in the communal experience of getting together with fans and whatnot. Not judgment or whatnot. This is what I'm getting from what you're saying is like
Yeah.
you're okay with experiencing Dragon Ball by yourself, as opposed to I think BCL and I love the communal experience of getting together with other Dragon Ball fans and having that moment in history shared in our memories forever.
I think it would be a different experience if, say, like Blue Collar or yourself lived a little closer and I could go actually to the movies with you guys. It's
Yeah.
entirely different if it's by myself.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, but with like Leanne said, I have friends who purposely, well, a lot of people nowadays, hey guys, movie comes out, we'll wait 2 weeks or three weeks. It's on Disney Plus. 2 weeks later, there's no point going to the theater. But as Leanne said, like Deadpool and Wolverine, love or hate the film, I went to see it sold out. My cousin's next to me, and the entire audience is just when Deadpool's doing the freaking in sync dance and Wolverine's corpse, the whole fucking 200 people are roaring with laughter. That experience was better than me sitting at home watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And
that's a good one because then it's a movie, but you're talking about like 3 episodes that you would catch at home. I think it might be because I watch too many anime, so I would just rather be at home and comfortable in bed and watch these things
No,
versus
that's what I said.
Yeah.
The,
It's
the
a
whole
better
the whole theater
comparison.
experience, you know.
It's like a better compare. It's like going to an anime convention because you get this kind of stuff when you go to an anime convention.
Yeah.
Right.
When people like me were because Crunchyroll a bunch of bitches and they decided to cancel Crunchyroll Expo. I can't. There's really no convention. There's SAC Anime, but it's not the same thing as Crunchyroll Expo where you get the full experience with different creators being there. You get mangaka being there. You get different studio people being there. It's not the same thing. You don't have that anywhere where I live.
Yeah.
But with Dragon Ball Daima, you get with what was happening here, you get that convention-like experience. It's that's what they're kind of getting.
Oh, you
at.
mean okay, so I see what you're saying. So it's more like because you get to go to a theater, you get to experience all the hype
It's like
because
it's
other
like a
fans are in there.
semi-convention.
Yeah. Okay, I could see where you're coming at. And
And it's
Yeah,
cheaper
that's
than
that's
going
what I
to a
meant when I was saying
convention,
the
too.
communal fan experience is that like even if I go to Dragon Ball Daima alone, and to be fair, I would probably go with my buddies who's also a Dragon Ball fan. But let's say even if I went alone, I'm not alone because I'm surrounded by my people. I'm surrounded by the people that love Dragon Ball so much they want to have this once in a lifetime communal experience of seeing Daima in theaters.
I mean,
Yeah,
I've
I
gone
think-
to every anime convention I went to, I went by myself and I ended up meeting like so many people. And I just felt like well, the first time it was very awkward because it was more like anime based and I was like one of the only people that was like a manga person. But like the second time I went, it's like, and that was in 2019 for my second one. I felt like I was in a place where I belonged because there was like more manga related panels and there was more manga fans there. So I felt like I actually belonged there. So that's what they're kind of getting at. So this is like a convention, but like with but way cheaper because conventions are extremely expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're
No,
you're
I
talking
think
to a Conrad and Cindy. I don't know how much you're comfortable saying. So
Oh, well, I mean, I worked a lot of conventions, Nerdigan. So I think the experience is a little lost on me currently. Just because I went to so many cons, I think people just started stressing me out.
So yeah,
I miss
she was
going
a
to
vendor at a
conventions.
con, and to be fair, I understand that as somebody who's been a guest at several cons and whatnot, it's like it does get a bit as a paying customer to cons. I fucking love them. I go to as many I can a year, but there's always that post con depression, exhaustion of oh my god, that was a fucking weekend.
I do
But,
love
so-
conventions, and I would go for fun. But yeah, I just I could see the appeal. Like I don't knock watching these in theaters. I see the appeal for sure. And especially if you're trying to get your kids in on like the anime experience, go for it. Do it.
Yeah.
I highly encourage it. I will always do that.
It's
It's
definitely
just
a lot safer than a convention for kids.
oh yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, people just decorum. Nobody has any. But okay. All right. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
I was gonna say just getting back to Daima. So we're gonna go to episodes 4, 5, and 6. A new character is introduced. I want to lead with this because in my opinion, and I'll happily get your guys' thoughts. This is the best character, the best new character of the entire fucking show. We are introduced to Pansy.
I love her.
She's
I fucking adore this
adorable.
bitch.
There were so many. Oh my god! Do you guys remember when Pansy was introduced and Twitter like was going nutso, and they were calling like Pansy like a pedo character and stuff like that? And I think even some people.
I
were
knew it would happen, dude. From the
Toriyama a
moment she
pedo.
drops in, from the moment she showed up in the anime,
Oh
I was
my.
like, oh, people, the blue check mark, like Twitter artists that race swaps characters, they were gonna fucking melt down over this character, despite the fact that this is a character, that archetype that's been in Dragon Ball since the beginning in like 1984.
Yeah, people like to project themselves when they start saying bullshit like that.
Yeah.
But what did you guys
and
think of
then,
Pansy
girl,
as a
no,
character?
Leon, I don't know if you saw this or not, because I tweeted about this. They were doing like the math of consent. It was so weird. We had to hide
Dude, she's just a fucking little demon girl that's good with machines. Like, people are so fucking weird about this shit.
They were trying to come up with like the most bizarre, like formulatic equations on like consent. It was just so
Bro, it's
weird.
moments like these why X and anime fans and whatnot are fucking cancer. Because I saw this chick and my immediate thought was, this is the Bulma character for Daima. Like, this is the
more
young
like
girl
Pan.
who's
It's like a combination of Pan and Trunks that people were saying.
Yes.
Also, Leon timestamp. So episode 4, she's introduced at 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Son, pulling up right now.
Yeah. We actually see, and she's all robed up and stuff, like in disguise.
more
We
her
actually
face,
see her in as Pansy, and she doesn't really introduce herself till episode 5, I believe.
Well, no, technically episode 4. It's called episode 4 Chatty. She said she pulls off her garb at 22 minutes in.
Okay, gotcha. I was
I'm pulling
a
up
lot of
right now,
episodes
watching
run
it.
together. But yeah, I mean, she is such a fun character because episode 6 rolls along. Like, she's being a pest, she's being a little girl. She's like, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Where are you going? What you doing?" And she's constant. And Goku's like having fun talking with her. Supreme Kai is a little on the fence, and Glorio's just being a straight up dickhead. He's like, shut the fuck up. And she's tagging along with them. Where they're like, "We're trying to make our way to the castle." They finally get to the castle, and she's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, these are my friends. I'm the princess. We're going in." And everyone's fucking shocked. And I was like, I knew it. That's such a Dragon Ball joke. I knew this bitch was the princess. Like,
It was
when you
like
see these
a
tropes,
Chi-Chi moment, wasn't it? It was very like Chi-Chi, Ox King kind of realness.
She had the older sister of the neighborhood vibe.
yeah,
You know, like when you hung out with the kids.
Oh yeah.
So let's go around because folks don't have to agree with me, but in my opinion, this is, of all the new characters introduced in Daima, she is my favorite new addition. Who's everybody else's favorite new addition character, or because there's a lot of them.
I really like Neva a lot. I loved the lore that he has and like the ties to the Namekians that he has, and I also like the Tamagamis alike too. I like them a lot. They were really, really fun.
Neva is, give me one moment here. Let's go ahead and share an image of that so the people have an idea. Oops. There you go. So yeah, this was Neva. That was another big retcon. Namekians are actually from the demon realm. How are we feeling about that? This show does quite a bit of retcons. Again, this is one of the reasons it was divisive, was the retcons. Dex, let's start with you, since I know you're a lore hound. What do you think about the retcons in this and things like that?
Oh boy. All right. I'm glad Cryptic's about to come back in because, yeah, I need some help with this one because I guess the biggest thing we learn about this Demon Realm retcon is that Namekians were always super boring.
Well, demons were super slaves.
Okay,
so.
here's my big thing with the whole Demon Realm Namekian thing. Like, all right, so the planet we see them on initially, Namek, right, in that wonderful Frieza arc, has a certain aesthetic to it with the rocks and the blue water and all this. And then you go to the Demon Realm, their original realm where they were come from millions of fucking years ago, and it looks nearly identical. Like, that felt weird to me right off the bat, just like kind of really reducing the scope of like what Namekian architecture might have been. I don't know. Like, they always just chilled in huts and they always just made Dragon Balls. And interestingly enough, even though they have the ability to make Dragon Balls, they are oppressed in this setting as well. Like, they are not the top of the food chain. They are exploited. They are, used by the higher ups. And I'm like, man, you guys should be running this place. What are you doing? You can make Dragon Balls. Like you can create something as strong as the Tagami, which wasn't defeated in presumably like generations upon generations of demons. Like, how are you guys the bottom of the food chain? And eventually, I guess they all just fucked off and made a warrior class in Namekian because they were like, all right, we're sick of being pushed around. Fuck this shit.
Yeah.
That's kind of my take on the whole Neva thing. Him as a character, he's all right. I like the whole, him playing it being senile and stuff. Like he's pretty neat.
What about you, BCL? I mean, again, I don't know how deep your Dragon Ball lore goes, just because it's been going on for so long. But did you have issues with some of the retcons, things like with the Namekis, or not even with the Namekis, just in general with the show?
Because it doesn't change. Like, you can still go back and watch Dragon Ball Z and even Super. It doesn't change anything. I mean, they're just the whole. I mean, the whole like Namekian arc and Namekian Dragon Balls. It doesn't affect Super at all, and it's just this is technically it's a sequel to Dragon Ball Z and a prequel to Super. It doesn't change anything. It's just a different take on it. And I mean, for but between the opening and end credits, most of these episodes are 15 minutes. I'm not that concerned about the lore for a 15-minute episode. It's there, cool. I'm not. It doesn't bother me.
Nerdigans, what about you? And we'll hit Cindy last.
So the thing I liked about what we got here is that it kind of is like a full circle moment for Piccolo, because remember, Piccolo was a demon king, and then we got the whole
You're
thing.
using my argument. God damn it. Okay, go on.
And then we got the whole thing that, oh no, they're aliens. It's like, no, everyone came from the demon realm. And I do like that they were oppressed, because it kind of, what Neva said that really got me was that, and this is in terms of Namek, is that they left the demon realm, went to Namek because they wanted to make a planet, and their planet was based off of what was left in the demon world too. And the one thing that did bother me, though, is we didn't go to where Shin and the rest of the Kaioshin came from, because I wanted to see what was left there. If the Namek's original planet was still somewhat intact, because remember, there was the whole thing about the drought and whatnot. And if Neva was bringing that planet back to life, well, what about the Kaioshins? Like, what are the Kaioshin trees like still? Are there any?
Yeah, they really didn't go anywhere with that. Now, I didn't think about it, but you're right. They never really did go anywhere with the Kai trees.
Yeah, because you could have had Neva use his magic to like at least try to bring it back, because Neva's magic is extremely powerful.
Yeah,
and also like people are saying that Neva is a Toriyama write-in character, a self-insert character.
He's
already got Toriyama for that. Well, yeah. First of all, we'll do an intro to Cryptic real quick. Cryptic, thanks for joining us, brother man. Hopefully this will be the kick in the ass you need to get your fucking channel started, because you've been talking about it.
It's coming. I'm just moving and everything right now, so everything's kind of
hurry the fuck up. So you said in the chat that you got problems with Neva. So give us your thoughts on Neva, the things you have issues with, and also maybe just give us a quick recap on your thoughts on Daima up to this point, because we're covering episodes 4 through 6 right now.
I'm gonna wait on my big problem because they're not at these episodes yet, but it's here. He's fine. It's later where he becomes a big problem to me.
Okay, well then we'll stow those thoughts, because you and I might have some of the same problems. Because okay, gotcha. Sin, what do you think?
I'll be honest. I'm not the most hardcore, clearly, of Dragon Ball fans, but I got really confused by all the retconning. That's why I asked so many questions when I was watching this. Yeah. And so it's like I didn't know who this guy was or the importance of it until much later. So I was a bit confused and lost at the beginning. But I do end up really liking him, which kind of shocked me.
He was really fun. I like some of the shenanigans he did, like when
Oh,
they
yeah.
first encountered Piccolo and them. Like, he's such an asshole.
He's such a troll. I appreciate that about him.
And yeah, he was trolling Goma and them, like when we first saw him. That was just so funny.
Oh yeah. He's an enjoyable character. I like him for what he is. I know that all the retconning can get under people's skin, but on like a surface level enjoyment, he was everything I could have asked for.
And then last but not least, we'll talk about this since we're talking about the first 2 episodes, or this next batch of episodes. I mean, Kadan and his crew, Pansy's father. This was a fucking enjoyable character. I love his design. He is funny. Yeah, what'd you guys think of Kadan?
I said he is Ox King. He is very much like the demon Ox King. And
Very much.
I love it.
Dex, what about you? Did you enjoy this character? Did you think it was too much? Where are you at with it?
Too much? No, not enough. I wanted more of him. I mean, I liked. I know I keep skipping around everywhere continuity wise, but the moment where they all like rally together and come help him out at the castle, coming with their whips and all that, that was pretty cool. Even though I kind of feel like Goku and crew should have been able to handle it themselves, but no, I like him. Oh yeah, I like him. He's a doddering old sort of a father figure. Yeah, not too much to say about this guy. Just generally pretty likable. And his lieutenant with the red hair, muscle mommy. Let's go.
He actually has, I think, one of the most important moments in the first batch of episodes, in that he's the one that says to Glorio, "You requested an audience with me." And Supreme Kai picks up on this. He's like, "Whoa, wait, something's going on here," because Glorio said the king requested him. And it's the first inklings we have of Glorio not being honest with treacherous. Goku and crew. What was that, Cryptic?
I said him being treacherous.
Yeah, him being treacherous, exactly. And we also, this is what leads the reveal. He says to Goku, "Wow, you can marry my daughter if you're this strong." And Goku's like, "Oh, I've got a wife and kids." And the truth comes out about their plight, them being turned back into children. So this character, not only is he fun and very interestingly designed, I fucking love his design. He actually serves the purpose of, he drives the plot forward very well. And then it leads to one of my favorite fights in the whole fucking show. Kadan says, "All right, Goku, if you're as strong as you think you are, take on every single one of my fucking guards." Mm-hmm. And I'll just let you guys take from here. Blue, I saw your eyes light up. What did you think of that fight?
I mean, all the fights, I mean, they're so fun. I mean, like, I think, yeah, I mean, we'll get into my favorite fight, episode 8, but every time Goku fights, it's just, they're all amazed by how powerful Goku is. And in kid form, he's still not even nowhere near his full strength. And just these demon characters, like who is this person? Where's he from? And why is he so godly? Because all they see is a small little kid that's useless, and they don't understand how powerful Goku and Vegeta really are.
Real quick, Dylan Sakashio for 20. Thank you so much. We're going to hit you up with a clip. Absolutely. Says, "I have no idea what any of you were talking about, but it's such a treat to listen to you be as passionate about an IP as you are. This is what should motivate people to make stories, not agendas." Also, Cindy's voice is fire. Yeah, Cindy got a pretty good goddamn voice. And yes, I think a lot of us here on this panel, and probably every single one of us, have got our roots in sort of talking about the degradation of modern pop culture. And yeah, as much as I think it is worth talking about why things like Disney's Daredevil is a mistake, you can't get so jaded and tunnel visioned as to only fixate on the negative when there still is awesome, great material and stories to come out that we're passionate about, that we love, whether it be from the indie scene, like our boy Mugen Lord started his comic, AJ stand-up comedy, things like that, or whether it be the big budget stuff, like, again, Nosferatu or whatnot. I didn't like Nosferatu personally, but I know a lot of people did. Any of you guys have comments on this super chat before I give him a clip? Well,
Leon, some people, and I hate this, is the problem is that both sides, you said the extremes, people are calling Daima woke. Why is Daima woke for? Well, in the demon realm, they're using the terms of they for the demons, and all they're genderless, and Toriyama.
Did people freak out about that? Because I missed that set of episodes, and I was like, I bet people freaked out about this.
Yeah, and there's
just
Twitter.
Real quick, I want to say hi, Dylan. Thank you.
I do want to say this: the dub did not use non-binary. They did not, and I
was
very happy about that.
No, yeah, oh wait, you said the dub. Yeah, I didn't watch the dub. I watched the sub, but even in the sub, all they said is that we're demons, we're genderless, but I would consider these my brothers or sisters, or things like that.
I did get that confirmed that was the correct.
They clearly aren't also genderless, so that's a weird statement that they made. But all right.
Well, when they say they're genderless, Oh, real quick, nerds, when they say they're genderless, what I took that as is they don't procreate the same way humans do. Like they grow on trees and shit like that. So it's not a that was their way of basically explaining birth with asexual birth effectively.
But yeah, I did get the because at the time when the episode came out, it was like, oh god, this is not going to be interpreted very well, and it also because it's Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll's localizations are not the best.
It's garbage.
It's garbage. So I wanted to make sure, and I did get it verified. The translation was correct, and the fact that the dub did not use the term non-binary just is like amazing.
Yeah, because Crunchyroll is famous for throwing in modern buzzwords like that. Anybody else got thoughts on this chat before I give him a clip?
Thanks for the dono, bro. You fucking rock, Dylan.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Could not agree more. You know what? We haven't given too many anime clips tonight, so I'm going to give you this one of my boys, Erwin and Badger, and how I feel like they would operate if they were in the Naruto world.
It's a party. The more, the merrier. Isn't that right, Si?
My IV.
For those that don't know, Erwin is a cancer survivor. I didn't know that when I made that clip, but in hindsight, it makes it a lot funnier.
You know, that is such a you thing to do.
Where was I at? We were talking about. Okay, so we've got this fight scene. Goku's taking on all these guards and whatnot. Here is where I think the show, and it goes on to do this. It did it a little bit earlier, but I think this is one of the best examples of it. Original Dragon Ball was far more about actual martial arts than it was like power levels and shit like that. And this fight with all the guards, Goku's doing just straight up Jackie Chan shit. He doesn't really throw a whole lot of ki blasts or anything. He's just doing backflips and sweeping the legs and fucking like 1-inch punching motherfuckers. And I was like, dude, it's Jackie Chan the anime. I was loving it because it got back to that old school Dragon Ball feel of focusing on the choreography of the fights.
Yeah, and also he's not there to kill or hurt anybody. He's just having fun.
Would you say this is a return to form?
Honestly, I would. What about you guys? That's a great question, Cindy.
Not to take anything away from Daima's fight scenes, but I'm going to push back on the idea there was no martial arts in Z. There was. It was just very high power.
To be fair, I didn't say there wasn't. I think the martial arts took a back seat compared to what we have in the OG Dragon Ball.
Well, yeah, specifically just with the way he moves with the Nyoibo and everything, it's very much more Dragon Ball inspired than it is Z. But there's a whole lot of Z in here, especially in that
it's
last
a mixture of Dragon Ball and Z.
Yeah, because you could say that because there are kids forms, they still obviously can do ki blasts, but their ki blasts aren't as big because they're not in their adult bodies. You don't see Goku throwing spirit bombs around.
Oh, holy shit! We didn't get a single spirit bomb in this whole show.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
Could have taken him from the whole demon realm, but I guess he didn't have King Kai to
Also, I mean, maybe Goku won't tap into. He only
hold their hands up.
It also could be maybe Goku in this demon realm can't tap into the key of the demon realm. That could be why he didn't utilize it for.
That's
good point.
Yeah, actually, now that you say something, every time Goku uses instant transmission, he focuses on Supreme Kai's key and not Pansy or Gloria or any of them. I wonder if that's a thing.
Could be explored, like people said later on, and if they want to continue the Daima canon in some future endeavors, we'll say.
All right, I will read this. Blitz Drake has sent the same message multiple goddamn times. And look, I'm a Goku fanboy, and I'm kind of a Vegeta hater. I mean, I love Vegeta, but Goku screws me. He says, Vegeta is such a leech. He got Super Saiyan without watching a friend die. That's explained. That's to be fair. You don't need to watch a friend die for that to happen. Super Saiyan 3 without going to Otherworld. Goku doesn't need to be in Otherworld to get Super Saiyan 3. It's just so draining in the real world. It's not efficient. God without the ritual. No, I'm pretty sure they explained that off screen they did the ritual to give him God. He didn't get God with that. He still had to go through the ritual. And now wants Super Saiyan 4. Like, get a job, dude. Stop copying Goku.
No,
yeah, Vegeta
absolutely not. No, because the way he gets through it, he tanks it. No,
one at a time, guys. One at a time. Let's just sit and go, and then because everyone had thoughts on this comment.
No, the best thing about Vegeta is how small and angry he is. And
Whoa.
he just fucking
I can relate.
tanks everything, okay? So he's like, I'm going to be like Super Saiyan, screw you guys, and just fucking does it. I love that.
I can say one thing. He did get God without the ritual.
Oh, did he get God? I
Yeah,
thought,
Yeah.
that, I thought that in the
Got God without
Japanese
the
they mentioned
ritual.
he had the
No,
ritual.
he did it. He did it without the ritual.
Well, then-
I think he got it on Whis' planet when he trained
Yeah,
with
when
Whis.
he
Oh,
what
okay.
training.
Gotcha,
When he trained
gotcha.
with Whis. There we go.
Yeah. One
And
thing
also,
that
he
we,
has ultra ego, which is something that Goku will never have.
it's one thing.
Yep.
When eventually I do watch movies with Leon. One of the best lines in Resurrection F was when Goku's being a moron and Frieza took him down. Vegeta joined my side and kill Kakarot. And just much as I hate Goku, I will admit that he's constantly pushing me to do better. And that's this character progression, the whole arc of Vegeta. They hate each other, enemies, now they're friends. Like, you know what? As much as he's a clown, he gets on my fucking nerves. Goku is why I'm constantly getting stronger for. He pushes me, and they have a weird friendship, but like they are friends at this point.
Absolutely.
Vegeta will never admit it, but yeah, they are. Which is why I think that, and just going to quick tangent because I never get to rant about this enough. This is why Naruto. I love Naruto, but this is why Naruto sucks in comparison. The Naruto Sasuke dynamic clearly wants to be Goku and Vegeta so fucking bad, but because Sasuke is such a bitch-made written character, they can never actually pull it off. Fuck Sasuke, worst anime character literally of all time. Shao Tucker is better than Sasuke.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
No.
whoa.
Shao Tucker is the most memorable villain. It doesn't matter if you like him or hate him. Everyone knows him.
Yeah, sorry, had to get that off my chest. Off my chest. Anyway, so yes. Any final thoughts about this fight scene before we move on to where the show, in my opinion, goes from I'm enjoying this to
What the
fuck, this is good.
I'm just glad Goku remembered he was married.
That's good.
I
Plot Strikes
agree.
Back. Nick, second best character. Itachi's my second favorite. Rock Lee is literally the embodiment of everything that Naruto is supposed to be about in terms of pushing yourself, hard work, determination, being a loser and overcoming. But
Shikamaru
Itachi
could have beat him.
Say that again.
Shikamaru could have beat him.
Say Super Mario could have beat him.
No, Shikamaru.
Oh, Shikamaru. No, Shikamaru was not going to beat
Super
Rock Lee.
Mario.
Ain't no goddamn way. Wait, what do you mean to be weaker than base Kaba?
Dude, that's such a troll.
Goku has never been weaker than base Kaba. What
we're not doing that.
nonsense is this?
Oh, before I forget,
That meme is at least a month old at this point. We're not
before
doing
we
that.
put, like something that the first thing I thought of when I saw Glorio, if you were a Super Dragon Ball Heroes reader, you know what I'm going to say. He is basically Toriyama's version of Hearts. That's who he is. And maybe you can make an argument he's a mixture of Hearts and Mira, but he is straight up Hearts.
Who are you comparing to Hearts? I missed who the comparison was.
Glorio.
Oh no, he's way different than Hearts.
Yeah, no, I don't see that at all. Hearts is just a one-dimensional kind of megalomaniac. Glorio
I'm
actually,
talking about
has
design-wise. When I first saw Glorio, the design-wise, it was giving Hearts.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Wow, yeah, D-Day Dire Wolf. I can't believe somebody took my side with this. Holy shit. Based D-Day Dire Wolf. You love to see it. All right, so now we move on to 7 through 10. We're at the halfway point. Goku and crew going after these giant ass Namekian robots that guard the Dragon Balls.
Awesome.
But before they get to it, Glorio and Goku have a bit of a fight, and some shit changes from here on out. Dax, we'll let you lead with this one, since I think it was you that said this is your favorite fight.
Close to favorite, but I just want to acknowledge the lead up to this fight. Like, okay, we got our 4 characters, Pansy, Supreme Kai, Goku, and Glorio, and they're out doing their little Dragon Quest adventure. And they go to sleep, and they're set upon by this giant purple bull man. And bull man wants smoke. He's like, I'm going to fucking eat you. And he goes in there, and Glorio's like, all right, I'll deal with this. And Goku's like, no, man, I got this. I don't want you to get hurt. And Glorio's like, wait a minute. The fuck did you just say?
Yeah.
Like he actively took that personally, and then Goku's like, well, yeah, I mean, isn't he too strong for you? And he's like, what makes you think you're stronger than me? And then the bulls just standing there like, did they not know that I'm here? Like,
by the way, the lead, not Bull. Goku can go on a cow, which is even funnier because cows are fucking female.
I'm not a cow.
Right, yeah, the whole I'm not. Okay.
He's a fucking minotaur.
This is
But
when
anyway,
the-
go on, Dex.
This is
That's my dick, damn it.
This is when the humor of the show really works for me, and it was humor that gave us a really good character moment because after that, Goro was like, "All right, well, let's throw down. Let's see what's up," and Goku's just like, "All right, bet." And man, that subsequent scene of them just feeling each other out, Glorio's using his magic and Goku's bouncing around, and is this the first or the second time we get Super Saiyan Kid Goku? Because
So a little bit of both.
Whoa.
Go for it, Cryptic.
Well, it was like the first time was a glimpse of it. It wasn't really him using it.
right, yeah.
He when he's in that tournament arena area, his hair changes blonde for a brief second. And you're like, oh wait, can he do it as a kid? But it leaves you questioning, which is a brilliant foreshadowing for this fight.
And yeah, then the whole tone just changes, and Glorio was like, "What the fuck kind of magic is this?" Because they keep making that mistake where they don't acknowledge ki as ki.
Yeah.
Which, you know, when you have a giant computer that can see everything, I have to question that. But still, it's a nice little juxtaposition, and basically it ends with Glorio just being like, "Yeah, no, I don't got this. Props." And Goku's like, "No, man, props."
No. You underselling it a bit though. Glorio prepares his
does good. He does
ultimate
really good.
attack.
Yeah.
And he just throws it all at Goku, and Goku just nope. Just sticks his hand out. If I remember right, extends a finger and notes
he was
Glorio's
disrespectful.
biggest bad attack. Yeah, exactly, Cryptic. Just a straight disrespect on that blue bitch.
Oh, it was respectful. He was just, he only used as much ki as he needed to. He was...
No, that was disrespectful. Because if somebody does that to me in a fight, no, at this point, no, we really got to fight now.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Gloria says he goes, "Yeah, time to end this." And they put one hand out, and Goku's like, "That's cool." Goku's all happy. That's awesome.
Extrapolate this to real life. Imagine you in a fight with somebody. You in a bar, you're drinking, you end up talking some shit, and you start brawling with a motherfucker, and he flicks you in the nose. That's disrespect, bro.
I think it's more like someone actually does the anime thing where they catch your punch and just hold your fist in the air, which, as far as I know, no one's ever actually done. But man, would that be awesome? But yeah, and then it ends, and
Goku goes like this. One just blocks it one hit.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's the first time when Glorio starts his whole Goku respect arc, which obviously is
and
kind
then
of
the Minotaur is just like, I'm out.
Oh no, I'm actually super full from eating a bunch of other people, so I'll spare you. And then his stomach growls.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
I'm watching right now with the Goku actually he tell pressure behind him. All Goku does is put his hand on his back and he goes, "Looks like I won." Gloria's like, "Dude, you didn't even touch me, and I'm done." That's it,
dude. That was such a good moment. Like,
dude,
Goku very
Minotaur
rarely
like,
has the serious moments, but like, yeah, that instant transmission behind him, hand on the back, like he could just extend his elbow and just probably send the dude's insides out his chest cavity. Like,
yeah, I'm watching now that poor Minotaur, and there's also talking. You see, he's tiptoeing away. Hey guys, hey, what's going on, buddy? I thought you were here to kill us. I'm busy. I'm kind of full actually. I'm sorry. He's covering sweat.
Classic Dragon Ball moment. Like, I love Toriyama's comedy.
yeah, you know what? Let's talk about that for a moment because I think the humor in this. Now, I do like Super. I know Dax is a supreme Super hater. I like Super. I think that Super tried to straddle the line between Z and Dragon Ball in terms of being equally action oriented and equally a comedy. I will say that while I like Super, I think that Daima does the comedy better in almost every instance.
We're talking about super anime and not manga, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, I would agree. The super anime, when it does pick its gag moments, it's usually juxtaposed to a very serious tone, and they don't balance it properly. Here, most of the plot, like even like we said, the setup is super goofy, so it's almost like it's tonally consistent in Daima, which in Super it's definitely not.
Just real quick, after that fight scene,
you know, Dex, that might be the first time I've ever had an agreement with you about Super. I will agree about the tonal inconsistency about 70% of the time. I do think there's a solid 30% of the comedy that I actually do think works. But I do think in general, I would agree with your assessment on Super in that regard. Look at that, building bridges.
After Goku and Goryo spar to go back to the the Earth realm, and Vegeta's sitting there squatting like whatever 10,000 pounds up in the lookout.
Dude, fucking
He's
kid
squat-
Vegeta.
He's like
just-
this big,
and
squatting.
even when it cuts to Bulma, you see a little tiny Vegeta off in the distance, still squatting. Like that was such a.
All the
They
plates are
didn't
like
need
this.
to animate that. It was so good. Does anybody want to answer this before I spurg out knowledge, lore, real life anime studio wise?
Well,
No,
They
go
ran
ahead.
out of ideas.
because they were waiting for Toyotaro to like write more content and Toriyama to write more content because there was not enough content to adapt.
Well, to be fair, they were never really adapting anything. The manga chapters of all the anime arcs came out post anime and revised a lot of what happened in the anime to make it more cohesive in a lot of cases. So
they when what was the last arc in Super? The Black
Tournament
arc.
of Power.
Yeah, they
Tournament
said
of Power.
Yeah.
That
from
was
what I
that.
remember- From what
They
I
put a
remember,
hold.
like, they were going to do Tournament of
What's
Arc.
that,
And
nerd?
then,
Cryptic hadn't been here as long, so let's give him a
sorry.
moment to speak. What was that, Cryptic?
No, they
I
put
love
it
your
on
passion,
hold.
Billy.
They put it on hold so they can work on Daima and everything, like right after the Tournament of Power ended. So they've been working on Daima for a minute. That's why everything was been on hold. And then Super, the manga had all its problems too. So they really put everything for Super on hold, on the back burner.
So and to add to that, so because Krovac says manga had 2 more arcs, didn't they? And then Mystic Vegeta said, I thought the manga was already well past the anime. It wasn't at first. When the anime of Super ended, the manga was still, if I recall, in the Goku Black arc. So
Yes.
because the manga actually didn't start until after the anime was already going. And so when Super ended, the manga kept going, and everyone's theory was, oh, they're gonna wait for it to get an arc or 2 ahead, then they'll bring the show back. And now we've had like 3 or 4 arcs since the end of Super, and they still haven't brought the anime back, but they've given us a couple films. They gave us Broly and Superhero, both of which
I
were
just want my
awesome
moral
for
arc.
various reasons.
Well, we've had the
I'm a
Moro
Cryptic. I want to see
arc,
the Moro. It was Moro, Granola, and what
the
else?
superhero.
No, Granola's the last one. 'Cause that's where you get Black Frieza.
Well, didn't they also do a
They did
tie-in with the superhero film
Yeah.
in the
did, yeah. They
the manga?
basically
Yes, they
gave
did.
us the
Yes,
super
they did.
the superhero movie stuff with some
They did
slight
that. They did the
variation.
Goten Trunks tie-in to everything. Yes, they did all that.
Which, by the way, quick aside, I loved finally getting a grown Goten and Trunks in Superhero. However, people bitching and moaning that in Super, why are Trunks and Goten still kids, shows they didn't watch Dragon Ball again. How old is all y'all motherfuckers think Goku is in Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball?
12. He starts as 12.
But he looks 6. Why? Because it's explained Saiyans age slower. So Saiyans hit a growth spurt. They stay looking like they're about 6 until they're like 15 or 16. Then they hit a massive growth spurt. And that's why in Superhero, we finally get an aged up Goten and Trunks, because they are still Saiyans, half Saiyans, but still Saiyans. Gohan, for whatever reason, Toriyama aged normally, and Gohan is actually the lore-breaking one, not Goten and Trunks. Also, Eric Jenkins for $1.99. Man, thank you so much. Best Gohan FU. Oh, Beast Gohan FU fight me. Well, first, I'm going to get you a clip. And you know what? I think that since you said fight you, I want all y'all to know that this is how a fight will go down between my 2 favorite people on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Smash 18, listen from Conte. And Eric Jenkins, I ain't gonna fight you. I fucking think Beast Gohan is awesome.
I have a question. Couldn't you attribute Gohan aging normally as being part human? And then...
Well, the thing is...
That's how fans headcanon it, but I don't know if it was ever actually announced.
That's how it is. His mystic, his human side is everything he's working on now. The anime doesn't explain that.
Yeah, that's how I've always headcanoned it, but I didn't know if it was ever actually announced by Toriyama or anyone.
This all comes down to animation inconsistency, because when people say, why are Goten and Trunks still chibi, it's because you look at Gohan in the Cell Saga when he's 11 and he's like stacked and muscle bound because he just came out of the time chamber, and then you look at Goten and Trunks and it just doesn't quite line up, and Goten, Trunks, and Gohan are all 50-50 Saiyan human split. So there's no biological difference. It's just kind of what Toriyama was feeling art-wise at the time, which is really what a lot of stuff that happens in the series comes down to.
There actually is a biological split, though, that is only ever brought up in the manga. And I don't know how this works. It doesn't make any good goddamn sense. But Gohan somehow was able to will himself into evolving as a human instead of a Saiyan. Like, force of will chose to evolve as a human
That's
instead of
'cause
a
of cheat sheet.
Saiyan.
That's why.
Well, but he didn't know he was a Saiyan until he was in his 20s.
What? No, Gohan knew he
No,
was a
you
Saiyan.
talking about Goku?
Oh, Gohan.
Kakarot?
Yeah. Gohan in the Super manga, he says that he has actively chosen to evolve as a human and not a Saiyan, which is,
But you know
again,
the
I don't know
Beast.
how you fucking do that, but
But Beast is more of his mystical side. So what the Supreme Kai unlocked.
they just started this growth spurt, and yeah, exactly. Cryptic Beast is a it's from what Supreme Kai, Elder Kai did to him, and is his evolution of that. Again, I think Beast is awesome. I know a lot of people are haters, but I think Beast is fucking awesome. I don't mind Toriyama giving giving Gohan hand jobs. I like a relevant Gohan.
I just like that each Saiyan is getting their own transformation, and that's not like just the same thing, and it's relevant to their own lore. I think the best one, though, in terms of like storyline wise, I really like.
You're gonna say Ultra Ego, aren't you?
I love Ultra Egos. I'm
You
sorry,
fucking
I
would.
love it. I just love how it was built up to it, and like how
I
Beerus
like
was
Ultra
the right
Ego as
toe.
well. It's just
Good.
I want to see Ultra Ego animated before I actually really commit to liking it. Like it's
will
cool in
be,
the
don't worry.
manga, but I want to see that bitch animated.
Well,
Give
the
it
other
time.
thing I have in regards to Ultra Ego, I don't think it's complete Ultra Ego. I think complete Ultra Ego, and this was my theory before Daima came out, was that it was going to be Toriyama's version of Super Saiyan 4 was going to be complete Ultra Ego. But I still think that will be the case for Vegeta, and that's
Interesting.
probably
You know what?
why
I never even my avatar is not Ego, it's Super Saiyan Purple. Yeah, I actually thought that we were on the road to Super Saiyan Green because we already had we had red, we had blue, and they all correlate to different things on the Buddhist color wheel in terms of what different auras and emotions mean in Buddhism, which Dragon Ball pulls from a lot of Chinese lore. So I thought we were gonna get Super Saiyan Green. We never did, or at least we haven't yet. So something to think about in the future. So
we haven't
yes,
got Super Saiyan Green. Did you watch the Broly movie?
Yeah, legendary.
well, okay. You know what? There are fan theories out there about that, but I don't know how true they are. So you know what? Fair enough. We could you make a good point. Anyway, back to Daima. Yeah, so Goku just straight like dances all over Glorio's balls. And then they
goddamn.
go fuck up this robot. And this
Episode 8.
Oh, this is awesome. We haven't let since Cryptic's new, we're gonna go ahead. We'll start with you. The first Tanagami fight. What you thinking, bro?
I wanted him to lose. I'm sorry.
Really?
Yes, because it's one of those like, okay, I already know Goku's going to win, but I just want him to lose just to make the story better. But he went in there and he fought, and the fight was amazing. The fight was amazing. I didn't see him beating the Toriyama like that.
Now, you say the fight was amazing. Stow that thought because I have a question for the panel that relates to an article I have pulled up. I've been waiting to get to this point, but let's go around the room still first. Nerdigans, we'll go over to you. First Tanagami fight, Goku going after that 3-star ball. I think it was a 3-star ball. What do you think?
I thought the fight was really good because this is when the photography was starting to pick up a little bit. Because prior to this fight, the cinematography was kind of iffy. But yeah, here's when you notice that like Toei was putting the budget towards like the actual choreo and like the camera angles, and it was beautiful.
I could not agree more. I think this is literally the first time we get true big budget Dragon Ball fight in the show.
Yes.
Dex, all you.
Yeah, the Tamagami fights are sick. All of them are really unique in the way they approach the characters. Like we get Goku fights first one, then Vegeta, and then the character that we haven't gotten to quite yet, who I actually ended up liking way more than I thought. But
fucking same. We'll get there when we get there. But yes.
Yeah, but this first Tamagami fight, the way he uses the Nyoibo, I think when he's Super Saiyan and he breaks the hammer was when I knew like, okay, this is pretty
Yes.
inspired in terms of like the weapon choreography, because usually it's all about throwing hands, but we got some expert weapon usage in this and skipping right onto the end, which was like, okay, this moment actually touched my Dragon Ball tism in a very real way. When he throws the Kamehameha and he launches it into the air, and then the instant later you see Goku hitting him, and he's in Super Saiyan 2, but they don't make a big deal out of it. He just is. And Tamagami's like, oh, I'm fucked. I kind of gonna push back on Cryptic with this one. I'm glad that Goku got through the Tamagami number 3 on the first try, just because to have to do a whole training arc in the Demon Realm would have taken up more time that I think could have been used on other things. But yeah,
I'm gonna echo your sentiments real quick and say that the Demon Realm doesn't have anything like Super Saiyan, and this was our moment of proof that Goku can actually maintain the form, not just use it in a quick burst to fight Gloria or whatnot. He's so well adjusted to his new body that he can maintain it in an actual fight, not that Gloria bullshit where he had embodied from the jump. This was a real fight. He needed, like you said, Super Saiyan 2. So this is a cell level threat, give or take.
Yeah, but it also kind of looked like he naturally went into Super Saiyan form without even thinking about it. Like it was just an impulse reaction. It happened.
That's why the Super Saiyan 2 reveal is like only for Eagle Eye, like, oh shit, this wasn't Super Saiyan, this is Super Saiyan 2. But what were you going to say, Cryptic, to push back?
No, I was saying I would agree with Krovakas in the chat. He could have got beat up a little bit more.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I'm going to be real. We see Goku get fucked up. We see the entire crew get fucked up for the last 4 episodes straight.
That's why, later on kind of makes up for it. That's why I'm kind of
exactly.
not there.
Oh, I just remembered something we forgot to talk about was the Medibugs.
I have opinions on the Medibugs, believe me.
Okay, we'll hit Medibugs in a sec. Let's give Blue Collar and Cinevere their thoughts real quick on this Tamagami fight, and then we'll go back to the Medibugs.
Like you said, Leon, for a lot of people out there, so far, for some people, the series was kind of slow. Episode 8 is the very first real fight we get, and Goku went Super Saiyan for a hot second fighting Glorio, but we see the true transformation in 4 minutes in. The music, the build-up, it's like, oh shit, and the entire fight, when he shoots a Kamehameha wave, I'm watching right now, the camera work, the spinning around, and oh fuck, and when he's fighting this robot is not fighting him out of malice, out of anger. He's just doing his job. And I still kind of got this thing where
Goku, a Nazi, just doing his job.
Yeah, but he wasn't fighting Goku because he hated him. It's his job to guard the Dragon Ball. And there's a certain level of respect in a sense because these robots are sentient. And as Goku is, he defeated him, but it's still at the end of the day, it's handshake, they're friends, and Goku won the Dragon Ball, he won the day, but nobody died. He just wants the Dragon Balls, and it was just a fun, overall great episode.
Oh, and let's not forget that each Tamagami comes equipped with a quiz section after you defeat them in combat.
The cups right there.
Right,
Goku's like, the Dragon Ball's right behind you. It's like, what?
Oh, yeah, that was great.
Cindy, let's get her thoughts on the fight. Then we'll talk about the quiz section because I have a thought on it. I don't know if you guys do or not. So go for it, Cindy.
Oh man, I lost my mind on that fight because I heard the third Tamagami speak, and that is All Might from My Hero Academia. So I was like,
really?
That guy. Yeah. He's got a few speaking roles in this, I think. But I didn't look it up, so I could be wrong, but I totally recognized it. But yeah, no, I love the animation, the way the cameras kept spinning around. You guys had already addressed this. It was top tier. They brought their A game. The breaking of his mallet was just supreme. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. No, I was gonna say, am I wrong? Or I'm pretty sure this is the first Kamehameha of the series. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, actually it is.
Yeah.
First time he's had to exert himself that much.
And then we get to the quiz moment, and I was really, really worried they were gonna give Goku a he's an idiot moment and fail the quiz. When in all reality, I'm like, dude, this guy fights faster than the speed of light. He should easily be able to follow this. So when he was, and he just so casually, Dragon Ball's behind me. Like, I was because that would have been a moment that could have broken Goku's character, and they didn't. And I don't know about you guys. I was worried in that scene that they were going to disrespect his character for a bit.
I love about Goku. Goku, by all counts, he's a lovable moron, but in terms of his battle prowess, his combat brains, he's a fucking genius. But he's a moron. But it's in terms of fighting, everyone loves like he is so fucking intelligent as a fighter.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. What about you guys? Your thoughts on the I don't even know what to call it.
Oh, I can't wait to get to
ball
the
thing.
Vegeta one. The Vegeta quiz one was so funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They're all funny.
The Goku one was very simple, and I love that the villager was just like, "Wait, there's a Dragon Ball Buffy."
Yep.
Oh yeah, that was perfect.
Goku is himbo. Yes,
He
confirmed.
is.
So yeah, let's talk about the med bugs. They replace sensu beans in this. Cryptic or Dexnar, someone said they had thoughts on the med bugs. What was it?
My thoughts is that they introduce a fusion med bug and they never use it once.
Season
I
2.
forgot about that, and my roommate said the same thing because he was behind. He didn't finish the show till last night, and after I finished it, he was like, "Yo, so how's the fusion? Tell me about the fusion." I said, "Dude, there's no fusion." And he's like, "No, you're just fucking me because I haven't seen the show." I was like, "No, I promise you, at the end there is no fusion." He goes, "They introduced a fusion med bug with 3 fusions." I was like, "Oh fuck, they did. You're right."
Intense, maybe for later on.
Season 2, man.
Yeah.
They don't even ever bring it up as an option in that last fight, and they totally have them in that bag. They just forget.
I mean,
So it
honestly,
doesn't
but don't forget he dropped the bag also.
So they called you fat.
No, I definitely think because it's only 20 episodes, had this been 40 or 50, 60 episodes, they would have delved into that more, but they wanted to keep it at tight 20. But also, it does leave room for maybe if they ever get to Demon Realm, we may see fusion later on.
Well, would you guys want to see more Daima? I mean, I think this is a very neat, concise 20 episodes, one and done. I don't know if I actually want more. I like what we got, but would you guys want to see more Daima?
I still think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be in the Dragon Ball Super manga going to the Demon Realm. That's what I know. Maybe it's just my delusion, and because I just really want it to be that way. But that's what I think it's gonna be, especially with what we saw in the after credits. I
agree with Nerdigans on that. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't balance
what about you? You
Daima.
were gonna say something. Do you want more Daima?
If they can't balance Daima and Super, I don't want it.
You said they can't balance it?
Yeah.
How would they even go about that, dude? You can't have.
I want to save that
don't know.
discussion for near the end, the canonicity of these and how they could work together. Because
there's ways to do it, especially if you've read Super Dragon Ball Heroes manga. Yes, there are ways to do it.
There are, but it's very convoluted, and I want to touch on that near the end. Okay, so we've got the med bugs, and you're right, they fucked up the fusion thing. That's a Chekhov's gun scenario. You show something like that, you're supposed to show the blicky before the fucking movie ends. Ain't no blicky being shown. So finally, after 10 godforsaken episodes, Vegeta, Bulma, and Piccolo show up in the Demon Realm and actually get to be relevant. Because up to this point, they were really wasting those motherfuckers.
Relevant. Vegeta was still a joke.
The fuck you mean Vegeta was a joke? Oh,
They were still using Vegeta as a joke at this point. I was mad at this, bro.
Vegeta takes on the second Tagami, and we see him. How was Vegeta?
Before that, he was used as the joke. At the whole build of it, because it was, so you're a prince? Oh, you can't talk to me like that.
Sorry.
It was funny, but he was the joke.
Yeah, I don't mind that because that comedy seems to come naturally. That character has already been set up to be like aloof and like rude and didn't really think before he spoke, and so I don't mind. I don't mind Vegeta being treated as a joke when he is also taken seriously when the moment calls for it. I'll be real. I think Daima took Vegeta more seriously than Super did.
Interesting.
Well, Hyvis is an asshole. That's how he rolls.
I'm not going to disagree with Leon. I think he was treated far better here than he was in Super, but that's just because Super has so much more time to fuck with him. I mean, all right, Vegeta, I think he occupies the role that he has been cemented into, which is he's the hype. He brings the thunder, like comes with it, hypes everybody up, and then something will usually happen that's outside of the realm of. And again, I just keep wanting to talk about that last episode, but yeah, Vegeta here is given proper respect because his grind is acknowledged when he fights Tamagami 2. I don't know if we want to jump ahead to that, but
yeah, I mean, not a whole lot
That's when he
happens
gets to,
story wise between Tamagami 1 and Tamagami 2.
Really, they get their ship stolen and then they get it back. It's kind of like...
okay. So real quick, we do get a little bit of we've got Supreme Kai's sister trying to make a new Boo because you've got Tamagami 1 and 2 going on at the same time, if I recall.
Yeah,
it cuts back and forth.
Before that, it's the Rinsu making Ku is before Tamagami 1.
Yeah, but he actually fights episode 10 when he's fighting the second Tamagami.
Yeah, Ku.
Okay.
Then that's when I think that's when Ku fights Tamagami 1 and Vegeta fights Tamagami 2 at the same time.
Yes.
But yeah, but we get the lore about the Cybermen. Oh my god.
Man, that drove me nuts. The idea that Saiyans were actually using crazy ancient demon technology to summon Cybermen, I'm like, okay, sure, I guess.
I mean, they did come from Frieza, so...
And also, in extended non-canon lore, there was never... it never made its way into the manga. It was like a draft sort of thing. They also had Dot de Giro using Cybermen.
Yeah, she creates him episode 11 right now, Legend. That's when she creates Majin Do, the fat one.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got Majin, Ku, and Do, and I immediately thought I would hate these motherfuckers.
Yeah,
they grow on me, man.
They do grow on you.
Yeah,
they
definitely
do grow on you.
Oh, we did forget to mention a Rinsu, how Rinsu got the essence of Majin Buu. And I'm very curious what you guys think if they would have came out the same way, if she would have gotten like the essence of like Evil Boo or Super Boo or Kid Boo.
Well,
I mean,
go for it.
I feel like if it's the essence of Boo, it's still all the forms he had because it's his essence.
Well, but Fat Boo specifically was so fat and playful because he absorbed one of the original Supreme Kais, if you remember your OG DBZ lore. So that is actually probably why these two are more good-natured, good-hearted. So I think that Nerdian's actually onto something.
Yeah.
Hey, catch you later, LMA. Appreciate you for dropping by, girly. Sweet dreams. Love seeing your art in the Discord. Keep posting it. You're a gem and a pillar of the community.
Good night, LMA.
Bye-bye.
Because remember what they said of that with Kid Buu, they couldn't control him. And yes, I know the whole thing with Bibbidi, like creating Buu was a little BS, but like I could totally see it because Bibbidi and Bobbidi Bobbidi was such an asshole. So it's like, yeah, I could see Bibbidi doing that shit. So that retcon or whatnot, like I did not mind that.
I didn't. It's definitely a retcon though. Like as far as how much it bothers me personally, I can't really say because Boo's origin has been muddled for years now. So it really just feels like Toriyama going back to the grab bag and seeing, oh, how can I throw some wacky new characters in here? And I definitely like Kid Buu better than these two, just in terms of like a powerful force. But the way Do fights is really funny, and his fight.
Oh, dude, yeah. Majin Do is a very interesting. Like, I would love to play this character in a video game.
Yeah,
he'll be in Sparking Zero at some point.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Zero. They will definitely be part of DLC for Sparking Zero for sure.
Yeah, both these characters they are very cute and they're kiddish. I would say you have more evil Majin Buu is get more teenage or adult oriented. These are two kids' toys right here, and they're just stupid and simple. And I think they're like kids would really enjoy these two characters. They're so funny.
They're precious.
Right.
And
someone shared. Who was it that shared this? Was it you, Cindy?
Yes. I love her.
She's on a flying hookah. She rides around on a flying hookah. I love this bitch. Dude, fucking Android 21. This is second best Dragon Ball waifu after Android.
Hey, let's not get crazy
21
here.
is the best. Oh my goodness.
I like Arin's better than Android 21.
Do you like her better than Mira or not Mira, Toa though?
Oh, there's a comparison. That's a much better comparison.
'Cause
No,
people are saying,
Bruce,
like,
this is a
originally
hookah.
it's
Look
like
at the
Toa.
top. Look at this part.
Hookah.
This left area over here is where all the coals go and stuff. She's smoking on it. She is flying. She's flying around on a flying hookah. It's awesome. But anyway, continue.
But yeah, people have been saying that like a Rinsu is basically like Toriyama's version of Toa. I'm like, nah, nah. Toa
No, because
is
Toa and Mira are canon. Toa and Mira are still canon.
they're still canon. Like what? Since when is it canon? Like when?
Yeah, so Toa and Mira take place in the timeline with the Super Dragon Ball Online MMORPG that never left Japan, and the Xenoverse games are sequel. The Xenoverse games are sequels to those, and those were those are all canon.
So then by that, oh my god, then by that logic, we could definitely, I swear, if we see them in the Dragon Ball Super manga, I will lose my mind. I just want my demon gods. That's all I want. I want my Super Dragon Ball Hero demon gods.
I've never I don't recall seeing Toa because oh my gosh, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, Toa originated in the video games, and I think she was also in the anime for Super Dragon Ball Heroes. I don't know if she's been in the manga or not.
She's in the Super Dragon Ball Heroes manga, and she does get a god form as well in the manga. I'm not sure about the anime, but in the manga, she does get a god form.
Yeah, Toa and Mira, great. They're, if I recall, they're the parents of Deborah, which is right. Are Toa and Mira Deborah's parents?
I think they're siblings. I can't remember.
I think Toa is Deborah's sister.
I've got to look this up now. It's gonna bother me. All right, Toa, Mira, Deborah. Yes, okay. She's Deborah's sister. You're right. Okay, so yeah, there you can have ties there too. Again, here to Daima, but
Demigra too. But Demigra gets a little bit more complicated because of especially because of his connection to the Supreme Kai of Time. It gets very, very complicated, and yeah, that's
Dragon Ball is sort of pulling a Marvel Comics in that they've started introducing multiverses and stuff, but because they're actually fun, I don't care. You know, everyone bitches about multiverses, but as long as they're fun and good and interesting, I won't lie. I don't care. Dragon Ball's timeline was already so fucked. This is just it's just fun. I'm entertained, and that's what I want first and foremost is entertainment. And yeah, temporal mechanics always suck. Doesn't matter if it's Dragon Ball or Back to the Future. Time travel shit is always a mess. So yeah, we've got Rinsu who makes these two monstrosities who end up being lovable and grow on you, and at the same time as the Tamagama. I keep wanting to say Tamagotchi. I keep wanting to say Tamagotchi.
Sexual robot.
Tamagami. Right. You've got fights 1 and 2 happening at the same time between these two and Vegeta. Well, Majin Do, and then Vegeta fighting number 2.
That's Majin Ku first and fighting Tamagami.
Yeah, Ku first, and he fails.
Tamagami number 2.
I'll be honest. Since I fell behind you when we were watching this, and you said that you got emotional, I was so upset. I was like, nothing better happen to Ku and Do, because if they accidentally or otherwise decide to fuse together, I'm going to be pissed if they can't become separate again.
Yeah, Vegeta doesn't. So episode 11, 20 minutes in, we finally see Vegeta fight for the first time in the series, which, it's 11
that
episodes.
Kraken was awesome, though. Let's be real. That Kraken was freaking sick.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, just so much of the fight scene happening underwater, so everyone's movements are slowed and stuff. I don't think we've seen something like that at length in Dragon Ball. We've seen like Goku and them get knocked underwater and have to, but like there's an at length underwater fight scene, which I think might be a first for Dragon Ball.
Yeah, we haven't got that in a long time.
A little bit of it in underwater fight. I think it was on Namek. We saw a little bit of it.
You see Goku do some shenanigans underwater, but the whole fight doesn't take place down. And what were you saying, Cindy?
I was gonna say Vegeta got like the short end of the stick on that fight between the Tamagami 2 and the Kraken, and it's like Man, this guy is just now finding his feet, and he's just now getting to like really fight it out.
Wow.
And he has to fight two fuckers at the same time? Are you
Yeah.
kidding?
2-on-1.
Get
Hey.
eaten too by
It
the Kraken
wouldn't-
like twice.
It wouldn't be a Toriyama story if he didn't stack the deck against Vegeta. That's just how it goes.
2-on-1.
That's why
Yeah.
I adore him, because he's just
Yeah.
so angry and he still manages to persevere through
then-
all of it regardless.
Oh,
Almost
big,
following that next episode, episode 12, is that's the fucking Vegeta moment for the entire series.
yeah.
Oh,
Honestly,
nah, you get a Vegeta moment in episode 18 or 19, and it's
Yeah.
fucking. But yes,
yeah.
he really only gets 2 moments in this, but they are both highlight of the show moments. So yeah, Vegeta comes out on top. He busts out. Is this the first time he's Super Saiyan 3? or is this
Saiyajin
Yeah,
3.
we had the Super
Yeah.
Saiyan 3 here.
Dude,
This is
yeah.
when it first is now canon.
Yeah.
But I'm glad he did Super Saiyan 3 as a kid first, and then later on as an adult. I think it wouldn't have been as like badass or as special if he just had Super Saiyan 3 as an adult.
And by the way, I've always been under the impression that Vegeta can do Super Saiyan 3. He just actively chooses not to, because Vegeta is far more key based than Goku. Goku's more martial arts based, and Super Saiyan 3 is a key suck. So it doesn't fit his fighting style to use it. So I've always been under the impression he can do it by the time like Super and stuff. He just actively chooses not to.
Yeah, that
Well,
was
I
the
think
biggest
what-
criticism.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for Blue
Okay.
Collar.
No, I was gonna say that was some criticisms as online. Okay, well, if this was canon, why didn't Vegeta go Super Saiyan 3 when Goku fought Beerus? But if you actually watch Battle of Gods, Beerus in even Super Saiyan 3 form one shot of Goku. So the point is, had Vegeta even used Super Saiyan 3 against Beerus, it wouldn't have done anything anyway.
Yeah, 3 is like a pointless form.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, I was going to say the proof of this is go read. This is why I really would like to see like a Brotherhood of Dragon Ball Super. Go read the manga when in the Zamasu arc when you see Vegeta fight Zamasu. Vegeta's in Super Saiyan God, and when he makes contact with Zamasu, he concentrates the ki into his fist, and it turns his fist into Super Saiyan Blue. Why? Because God is more energy efficient or ki efficient, and it uses less stamina. So that's why he fights like that, and only puts, because he didn't perfect blue around that time. He didn't have perfect blue, so that's why he put concentrated blue into his fist, and then only turned blue into his fist when he punched Zamasu. So it's like Vegeta's always. So when people are like bitching about it, I'm like, dude, Vegeta's always been ki efficient. He always goes the most efficient route, and he knew that Super Saiyan 3 is drains your stamina. Goku even said it to him during the Buu arc.
Exactly. The one thing, animation wise, but if anybody, episode 12, True Strength, which properly titled True Strength, when Vegeta goes 3, the water effects and animation, holy shit, his transformation to 3 is fucking epic. Like in terms of
Toei really
visuals.
put that budget there. Oh my god!
I mean, I'm watching it now too. Just the way the water effects. It's like the water effects are 3D with the 2D Vegeta and his hair growing backwards, and the music. Like it's arguably, it could be the best. One of the best moments of the series.
Yeah, it's one of the best. We're leading up to the best. So
It's
in
one of
the
my
interim,
favorites.
Majin Buu fights the 1-star Tamagami, and
too.
he
It's cool, that's
gets it.
brilliant.
He wins after throwing a fit about getting chocolate, which again, I love that running gag that Majin Buu was like, I'm fast, and he just keeps running to the grocery store to keep getting chocolate.
Fat bastard.
So that was awesome.
He
And
had
then
a function.
and then Goma brings in his version of the Ginyu Force. What do
these
you guys
fucking
think?
guys. These fucking
I
guys. Can I go
feel-
first? Can I go first?
Wait,
All right,
can
hold on.
I
Let's
say
start
this
with
real
Dax.
quick?
Hold on.
Wait,
Let's start with
just-
Dax. Don't go Cindy because Dax sounds so disappointed. Go for
Okay,
it.
no. Again, I don't want to be a super curmudgeon here, but like these characters were fucking pointless.
Yes, they
And
were.
this is my
Let it all out.
this is my biggest gripe with Daima in general. It spends way too much time just fucking around. And I know that's what it's trying to do, and I know it's like a gag anime like Dragon Ball was, and I accept that. But if you introduce 5 new characters and have them give a 2-minute scene where they do a Ginyu Force like thing, and they all introduce themselves by name, and they have their poses, and then what do we get out of that? Vegeta knocks the shit out of them with 0 effort in base form, because of course he does. Like, These motherfuckers are stunned at the idea that they took on a Tamagami, and of course it does the whole Dragon Ball thing of, oh, that just must be a rumor. That can't be real. It's like, and the biggest contribution they have is the gag scene in the grocery store where Ku and Do want chocolate, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna buy you a fuck ton of chocolate," and they look in their purse and they have like 5 demon cents left, and like, kids shouldn't, binge on junk food, so here's a single chocolate bar, and they're still psyched. They're like, "Oh, thank you so much!" Like, that's the best thing they did, and they spent so much time on these fuckers. I hate them. Get them out.
They had a whole episode.
Good
They
one is
did.
right.
Way too much time was spent on these fuckers. That's my review.
I agree. I love the Guinea Force callback, but you should have made it a one-off gag, not a whole fucking episode. But Cindy, you wanted to gush, go for it.
I'm going to absolutely tack on to what Dax said because I completely agree. I felt they were so wasted, but what I'm going to add on to this is it was a wasted and very missed opportunity not getting the original Ginyu actors.
I agree with that. Oh my god, that would have been so epic to
I
have
hadn't
the
even
original
considered
Ginyu
that.
Force actors.
That probably
Yeah,
made it better.
I was so annoyed that we didn't have them. I was like, guys, how did you fuck this up? It was right there.
Really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Cryptic, you got anything to add thus far?
Oh no, Dex said it all.
All right, perfect. Blue collar?
Yeah, he's right.
Oh, they were cheap. Sorry, that was they
No,
felt
you're
cheap.
good.
And
I wish they
Like-
would have done more with them, to be honest. They could
Or
have done
it-
they could have gone over the top with it. It's the freaking like it's supposed to be the Demon Ginyu Force. Like
Their
Yeah,
introduction was
had
a
they
joke.
leaned-
them.
had they leaned a little bit more into it, I think it would have been way funnier and a lot better
Right,
delivered.
exactly. They half-assed it. They need to either cut them down as a one-off gag or go all in on them as characters. But what they did was
Absolutely.
half-assed.
And then
It
I thought they were going to be done after their introduction.
if they would have went all in on it, then it would have felt so satisfying to see Vegeta whoop their asses. Because remember, the Ginyu Force whooped Vegeta's ass.
I know,
As,
it looked like we were
on manga.
picking on like the Downs kids and stuff like that. I mean, they were so retarded.
Hey, yo, ain't no shame about picking on the Downs kids. If God
Oh,
made them inferior, you take your best, do your best.
Okay,
take
I'm
advantage of that.
sorry. The
Come on.
Demon Downs kids, okay? How about that? The God had no hand in that. They're in the demon realm.
No, I'm talking about in real life. If God
No,
made
I
a kid
know.
fucking broken on launch, you exploit that shit. Treat it like a modded fucking video game. But
I'm not you, but oh my gosh, yeah, they just were so retarded, and it was like, come on, you guys could have done better. Why are you shooting a gun indoors?
Because
because they're retarded. They wanted the joke, and it was funny until it stopped being funny. Yeah, exactly. Chromax, it's not a bug; it's a feature.
I go good one just said.
Finally, we got Goku and crew at Goma's palace. They're ready to storm the gates. Goku goes to does he square off against Majin Buu first, or do they have that whole paramilitary shit first?
Oh, the paramilitary
Paramilitary first.
and this
Okay.
scene,
They got stopped by guns.
yeah, this
This,
whole
okay, so
scene
this bothered other people as well.
You forgot,
This bothered
one
the
other
shit out of
thing
me.
though that you forgot to mention was how Goku nearly died on the shield, on the force field between the worlds, and also oh
How
god,
Neva split the worlds and made the worlds connect.
yeah, and also Warp Sama getting turned off.
Right. Okay. So is this okay? Because Cryptic, you said you had problems with Neva. Is this where your problems start? Because this is where my problems start with him.
It kind of started at the Vegeta Vegeta fight, because this is where I first picked up on it.
How does it start there for you?
Because this is what I first picked up on is when he boosted the power of the whatever
Tamagami. Yeah.
Tamagami. Yeah,
He was being such an asshole.
yeah.
I-
He
like,
boosted that. I said, all right. So he has
Armor.
some type of power that can do something since he's the old powerful Namek. Okay. And then they said they got stuck because that the world is shield and everything. And he was like, oh yeah, I made the shield. As soon as he said I made the shield, I said, okay, he's gonna be the biggest ass pull for the rest of Daima. He's gonna get y'all out of everything and do everything. If y'all need something, he's gonna be right there for y'all to get you out of the problem. He was right there.
Yep.
But he
I
did World
agree
Lightning
with
Show.
you completely. Neva breaks the ideas of Dragon Ball where you work hard and you reap the benefits of hard work. If you have a magical green As-Pull demon, that breaks the not lore. I mean, well, lore as well, but the emotional center of what these sorts of anime should be.
Yeah.
And it connects to the last fight too, which makes me like kind of brings up another question.
Sometimes, Leon, too, people do hit a certain limit where you need a motivation. It could be like, it could be a person, a friend, and sometimes like, well, Goku didn't go Super Saiyan until his best friend got killed.
Yeah, and blue collar motivates me to drink more.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
So yeah, does anybody else have problems with Neva in terms of his, which I agree completely with Cryptic, his As-Pull magic?
Well, there's one other thing that was kind of weird in terms, since we're talking about As-Pulls, is that Piccolo forgot to learn about speaking Namekian. And the other thing that was, and this was when he was talking.
Wait, is that an As-Pull? Because I don't think Piccolo ever did speak Namekian.
Yes, he did.
Oh, he did. He did.
He did. He knows Namekian.
Okay.
And also, remember,
right. After he fuses with Kami and Nail. That's right.
There's that too.
No, before that.
He spoke Namekian to Kami back in the original Dragon Ball in the final tournament in Dragon Ball.
Okay.
So there's that.
That
All
seems
right,
like a weird retcon.
Toriyama forgot. What can we say?
Yeah, he forgets a lot.
Dude, that is so much of the Toriyama forgot. Yep. Dude, when Toriyama was doing Battle of Gods, he forgot that Super Saiyan 3 was 3 and he thought it was 2. Like,
dude forgot Launch existed. I mean, that's the classic one, but I keep coming back to it because Launch was awesome and he just memory holder.
So like that interview still blows me how I found that out.
Launch will never be forgotten.
Wait, no, you blow that shit up so I can see. I can't see that properly.
I've got two. I've got blue-haired Launch here in the studio, and I've got blonde-haired Launch out in the living room.
Oh, she's precious.
Yeah.
She could have been the best waifu on Dragon Ball.
She could have been Tien's
Could have
wife.
been.
Oh, that would have been so cool.
If Tien,
I'm sorry, she wasn't around long enough.
won consolation prize for getting his arm.
Talk about a character that's a failure to launch. Okay, so fuck you guys, that was funny. What was that? Oh yeah, Miss, you got the blonde figure over too. Yeah, there's this series of statues called Glitter and Glamour. I think they did it for a lot of anime, but I only have the Dragon Ball ones where they released two of the main females. There's 2 Bulma, 2 Videl, 2 Launch, 2 Android 18, and the different palette swap outfits and whatnot. I have the entire Glitter and Glamour run plus both launches. I need
they have
additional... Oh, go on.
They have one for Sailor Moon, and that's just so many characters, and I'm pissed off because I can't have all of them. And as a collector, it just bothers the hell out of me only getting 1 or 2.
Yeah, I've got both launches, but I need the additional 18 Videl and Bulmas. I've only got 1 of each of those. But I've got the Glitter and Glamour main series 1 run out in my living room on a shelf. It's pretty great. I love them. That wasn't Tien's girl launched with mine. Okay, Cryptic. I totally forgot you were on the panel for a moment because motherfucker, you in chat. Anyway, so we've got the military shows up, the demon military, and starts using guns to fight motherfuckers, and it works.
So do those guns like paralyze people?
That's what it comes off as. It paralyzes them. Which I mean, Dex. I don't even know if you're here at this point. Okay, you are back. Say what you want about Super. Super did the whole Goku gets fucked up by gun stuff way better than Daima did.
No, it didn't. Don't even fucking go there. But
it did, and here's why.
Okay.
Daima doesn't give any explanation for it. The guns just work on them. What Super does, and in my opinion, actually does effectively, is it's using an Eastern philosophical message of no matter how strong you are, if you are not mentally in the game, that mental weakness is that mental flaw is your outward weakness. And so Now, you could say it breaks lore and whatnot, and there's a discussion to be had there, but from an Eastern philosophy point of view, what they're at least alluding to as Goku's weakness is that he's too aloof and doesn't take things seriously. It makes sense.
Which is wrong. Which is an outright retcon. Goku takes fighting 100% seriously all of the time and would be locked.
No, but until the end of the fight when he's convinced he's won and then he lets his guard down. He even did that against Frieza back on Namek until the very end.
Yeah, him and Gohan has the same problem.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's wrong at all. So the point is, whether you like the explanation or not, at least Super gives an explanation, whereas Daima's just like, guns work on these motherfuckers. I think that's retarded.
Well, Daima gives an explanation too. I don't find either of them particularly satisfying, but you got to realize...
I must have missed it then. What was Daima's explanation?
The explanation is basically like, it doesn't matter how tanky you are physically, the guns deal nerve damage, essentially. Like, they go for just numbing out your nervous system.
Well, yeah, but it has to touch them.
First of all, yeah, it has to touch them, which they shouldn't be able to. Goku and Vegeta should be able to speed blitz those guys, even in their base form.
Goku could outrun bullets in OG Dragon Ball. He literally outruns a machine gun and catches the bullets in Dragon Ball when he's like 12.
It shouldn't have been a problem. And once again, we spend a whole rigmarole, like most
Catch later, Rossi. Thank you for coming, bud.
Peace out, Ross.
Bye, Rossi.
Bye, Rossi.
And basically we have this whole thing of them having to duck and find cover and come up with all these strats and blitz around and shoot key blasts and guerrilla warfare. And it's like, this should have been over in less than a minute. You guys just took out the Tamagamis. Like, what are you doing? And,
I agree. This whole segment was fucking stupid.
And it's
one key blast. One key blast is all they needed.
All what it took. And basically it's just a setup so that Pansy's pops can come in and they can have that little Puro moment with them. And then like,
which to be fair, I did like. I did like that we got Pansy's. We got Kanada's or Kanda's crew coming in to join the Z Fighters, and like that's a cool moment. But they failed in the execution.
Yes.
I also do want to mention I love seeing Vegeta Princess carry Bulma into the first Diva Realm. That was really cool.
They continue to be the best ship.
They are the best.
You're a professional film reviewer. What did you think of this military scene?
Well, people said it's one thing catching a bullet versus their energy. It's like the guns aren't hurting them. They're stunning them. They're slowing them down. They're not really hurting them. They're just like a distraction. I mean, yeah, I'm watching now, you guys. It's episode 15, Third Eye. You could say it's like they could easily one-shot everybody, but I guess it gives the side characters something to do. And it's like if Goku and Vegeta at some point are just like one-shot and everything, you have to add some kind of tension to make it believable.
That's another thing you bring up, Blue Collar, about side characters having stuff to do. I thought this series did a pretty good job of making Supreme Kai competent, which was refreshing for me because he was
more than Z
in the original Buu arc. He just makes so many dumbass mistakes, and
they build Supreme Kai up in his introduction in Z to be a fucking powerhouse and this immortal sort of like grand all-knowing, and then he just becomes a fucking idiot. So yeah, I actually think this show redeems Supreme Kai.
Well, the other thing that I do want to bring up as well that we probably should talk about, unless we want to save it for the end, is the info dump in regards to the Demon Realm creating the multiverse and all that. The multiverse.
Let's save that to the end where we can connect that to the canonicity of Super. Because
there's a whole other thing to go into about the going between universes via the Demon Realm. That shit makes no sense, but yeah.
I guess in terms of the term guns, it's like if you watch, when Gohan, remember at the kids' party for when Beerus there, Gohan can easily take bullets and just no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But energy weapons, they have trouble with energy weapons. Bullets are no issue for these guys. They're not bulletproof, but they're so fast they kind of are bulletproof. But they can't.
The Great Sandman.
Yeah, but they can't dodge energy weapons. They can dodge bullets. I don't know.
Okay, I just realized something. Gohan didn't come to the original party in episode 1 because he was busy studying. So he wasn't affected by Goma's wish.
No, he was affected.
He could have.
No, he was?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was affected. Everybody was affected.
I didn't.
I think it actually does a cutaway
they just
showing
didn't show
Gohan
him
in his house shrinking.
Okay, I must have missed that then. Never mind. But yeah, specifically, I know we skipped over it, but the part where Pansy establishes that they all get these collars as like
Oh
lower
yeah,
the
that,
demon
Oh,
realm.
I forgot. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a
I do
great
want
thing
to
to cover
mention
because that's
this.
actually kind of dark.
I do
Yeah,
want to
no.
mention this in particular because someone pointed it out to me and I didn't realize it until that happened. Is that isn't it weird that they got rid of Pansy's collar, but they didn't get rid of Hibis's collar, and Hibis was with them like throughout the most of it, the majority.
Dude, I didn't even think about that, Nerdy. That's totally true. They should have helped out their boy Hibis.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, Supreme Kai, what are you doing? Or
That said, it's Dragon Ball in general doesn't normally. It has a few times, but it's abnormal for them to cover that sort of thing. You've got this entire slave race with these electric shock collars that can track you around their neck that like are irremovable, and it takes effectively a god, Supreme Kai, to remove it. And even then, it looks like he has to concentrate. Like he does it with ease, but he has to concentrate to make sure he doesn't actually hurt Pansy in the
Well,
process.
there's apparently a specific spell for it because there's words and incantations and shit. So there must be precedence for this at some point in the history of the Glind or Glind. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I was saying Glend.
I'll say Glind for simplicity's sake. Basically, the whole retcon of the Supreme Kai are basically demons, and
everybody's a demon.
Everybody's a demon originally, and they come from trees.
Well,
and
not everybody. That's actually something I appreciate about the show because at one point Bulma even says, "Wait, so is everybody descended from demons?"
All right, and let me clarify: pointy ears. If you have pointy ears, you're a demon.
Yeah, and Supreme Kai was like, no, human. There are races like humans and Saiyans that evolved after the demons sprout in the universe completely independently. So Saiyans, humans, a few others, literally no. I assume the Frieza race, no correlation to demons whatsoever. Even though demons have started thousands of years ago, making their place in the universe.
Well, like Saiyans aren't demon creatures; they're compared to demons because they're so strong. But they're just organic things that were made in the universe after the demon realms established the mortal realms. I don't know, all that stuff is super wacky. But yeah, the collar thing. Getting back to Supreme Kai is just
but the mystics actually addressed it really well there. He did say that it is a relatively easy spell. You just have to know how to do it.
Right, and that's all good with me. But like that means I guess the collars were all made by Degasu, because Degasu would be the one
made by Rinsu.
Right, Rinsu, who's also a Glind. So. Yeah, I would have just liked a little montage at the end of the show of everyone getting their collars taken off, because if they left while that shit was still happening, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, that would be fucked. Like Goku's like, all right, deuces everybody, and then you just get this after credit scene of Pansy being the only one without a collar, be like, oh right, we meant to ask him something. Like,
or at least show Rinsu taking them off, because the Rinsu did make them. But I think, if you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, if you're a Sandland reader, but I think this is supposed to be a tie-in to Sandland, or that's like a throwback to Sandland. Because from what I've heard is that there's a lot of Sandland references and a lot of Dragon Quest references in Daima.
I caught some Dragon Quest ones. I didn't catch any Sandland ones, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not up to. I've not seen all of Sandland or read all of it. I like what I have read. In fact, I think Sandland is kind of Toriyama's most underappreciated work. But or at least it was for years until it recently got the anime. So yeah, but I didn't catch any Sandland references. So that doesn't mean they weren't there. I'm just not as familiar with Sandland as I am other stuff.
Haven't seen a single frame of Sandland. Looking forward to it though.
Yeah, hey, catch you later, Nick. Thanks for dropping by, brother. Oh yeah, we gotta watch RoboCop in the morning. You're right. Totally forgot. We got Nia.
I'm looking so forward to that, man.
Are you on the RoboCop panel?
No, but I'll tell you one thing that that's why I love replays for, man. The Niads, like you guys, your replays on Sunday morning makes work bearable.
Makes me feel so good. All right, so yeah, we talked about the collars. They eventually trash walk the military, and now we've got Goku versus Majin Buu. And while that's happening, homeboy who had that homo ass eyeball belt
homo ass eyeball
Dear
belt.
God, man.
Yeah, dude, because that straight up
It's a
looks like
female.
something that Marilyn Manson would wear on stage or what the fuck ever.
Sounds racist.
He
that's so
traded that
Oh.
for a hat, and it gets presented to Demon King Goma.
I thought that was actually Toa for a minute. I was like, wait, and I think a lot of people did too when we saw the girl. I was like, wait, is that Toa or is that the Gesu in drag? Like, who the hell is that?
It was
it
a
was
one-off.
Gesu in
Dude,
drag, I
I'm
would've
okay with
liked
one-off
it
sexy
more.
demon girl characters.
Mm-hmm.
So this eyeball, right? It has a super elaborate magic-y name, but it's like the Omicron
It's
of
the eye,
tactile. It's the eyeball, yeah. And
That's all you need.
it's the eyeball. The magic eyeball that allows for our climax just happened to be on the belt of someone who picked it up off someone who dropped it in the third demon realm after King Deborah made an elaborate scheme to overthrow his predecessor by getting the eyeball. And then he just wears it on his belt, and then she gives him the hat, and then he's just like, all right, I got this.
Has you
And
seen
The
that?
hat
weapon I'm
does
trying
come
to-
in handy, to be fair. The hat comes in handy because
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Goku and crew go in to save Dende from
Degasu.
Supreme Kai's
Degasu.
brother. Yeah, Degasu. And he's got a gun. By the way, he's got a fucking gun to a baby's head.
Yeah,
I love this shit.
It's so
Oh, yeah.
stupid because it's like, dude,
Poor
you need
Dende.
Dende to make the Dragon Balls, you moron. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, if I were Piccolo, I'd have just called his bluff. I'd be like, "You would, if you were gonna hurt him, you would have already done it. Like, what are you doing?" Like,
Dude,
Yeah.
all the logic aside, we're watching a Dragon Ball anime where an evil god is holding a pistol to an infant's fucking temple.
Listen, this show is targeted towards
I
kids,
loved
okay?
it.
Yes.
well, okay, if you want to talk about inappropriate things in Dragon Ball, we'll be here for a while, bud. Do you remember when Gohan got his fucking neck snapped on Namek as a 6-year-old? I
Or when
remember
Bulma was
Yeah.
or Bulma was full front in front of Goku.
that too. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, it's a fun scene, but again, like, it's kind of built on a stack of cards because Degasu, just as a character, he just comes off as really lame. I feel like his brother stole all his riz for this. Like,
Oh, for sure.
he's got all these plans. He doesn't execute none of them. He's just a total toady and just does whatever Goma says. And then at the end, he's like, "Oh, I will actually be the one to be the Demon Realm King, and I have ambitions." And then Piccolo's
And
like,
then
"Wait,
this
sit down."
fat, apathetic demon midget just throws a hat at him and knocks him. Like,
He's so descriptive.
He's a total
So
chump.
let down because I was hoping to guess who was going to be like a Zamasu kind of thing, and I was just
I
like,
was
No.
too.
No,
I-
we're not
no.
talking about Zamasu.
Dude gets fucking chumped in like 2.5 seconds, and I thought it was funny as fuck. And it does set up for an actual good dynamic of who's the big bad. Is it Goma? Is it Arinsu or whatnot? The fact that this dude gets punked by a hat, I thought was fucking funny. And you still do get like an excellent, great conflict resolution of the actual big bad.
And then Piccolo gets the
Yeah.
one dub in the entire show where he gets to knock Degasu out in one hit, even as a kid. And I'm just like, well, good thing we brought Piccolo along. Wasn't his role in this story real nice? Like, honestly, you want
Why
to
was
talk about
Piccolo even here?
Piccolo has like a direct tie to the demon realm. Him and Neva have almost no interesting dialogue. He's
Why is
just
Piccolo there?
I said fat, apathetic demon
God damn
midget.
it.
You gotta make sure apathetic is in there. Anyway, sorry, go on, Cryptic.
No, it was Dex. It was Dex. It was Dex.
no.
I just don't understand why Piccolo's here. Like the whole point, like
we
he
can tackle this one together because you're right. Piccolo, he didn't need to be there. Everything that he did could have been done by Vegeta or Supreme Kai. Like,
and then when they did need him to do something, he couldn't even finish the job.
Okay, Cryptic. I had a problem
to
with
that.
that in the moment, but then with the actual resolution, I was like, okay, never mind. I'm okay with the failure. Because I was fucking furious, but we're not there yet. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Because yes,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I'm right there with you until a point, and I disagree. So yeah, Din Gana, that faggot is he's taken care of, and Goma is now a fucking kaiju. And these children gotta throw hands with Demon Godzilla, and shit gets insane.
That's the final 3 episodes too.
This
Yep,
is so good. Oh
This is
my
where
God.
I have a real question with
This is
anime.
when we are like
Mhm.
we are like at absolute cinema. Like this is peak cinema. I remember when I was watching this, and also when Tamagami 1 came in to this as well. And
Yeah,
it
dude, they
was
even bring in Tamagami. Tamagami 1, the Z fighters that are in the demon realm, Supreme Kai, everyone going in on this motherfucker. It is okay. So before we get to this
Everybody
final
that could fly.
climactic fight, does anyone have anything to say about the lead up? Anything we haven't covered thus far? Because we've had to
I'm
get into
sad
the
that
best.
number 2 and number 3 wasn't there. I don't understand why Tamagami 2 and 3 was not in this fight. It is bullshit.
Because
that
well,
it's not.
each one was in a different layer of the universe. So
Well, it
Yeah.
never could have summoned them, especially like number 2
Well, he
because
Neva could have done so many things. Honestly, I have a lot to say about Neva, but let's wait till after the fight because, yeah, like Leon said, there's a whole lot to go over here. And Goma as a villain, he basically sat on his ass being a little bitch, and then gets the tool of ultimate power, and then it just starts, stomping on all our pro tags, which very Toriyama, like.
dude, I love it. It's literally 2.5 episodes of him just styling on their balls, bro. I love it. I thought it was great.
Oh, it's a very fun fight, but he doesn't really have any of his like, I guess sinister, cunning kind of schnibbly nature anymore. He's just basically Jiren with more of a personality, right down to the fit. He's got the black and red shit going on.
I
like
thought that too. I was like, is he wearing the same clothes as Jiren?
It just reminded me of Jiren, and it's just like, okay, that's what Toriyama sees strongmen as now, just having this clown ass outfit. But yeah, no, it pops off, and I do like the idea that Goku says, "Hey, jump this dude," because it's that like
even Bulma's like, oh, he always says this fight 1-on-1. Shit must be real bad because Goku is just like, gang style violence. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's great. The choreography of everyone jumping around, trying to hit him from whatever angle possible. You got Glorio in there. At one point, Glorio and Piccolo have this team-up moment where they do a special beam cannon magic shot combo.
So sick.
And it was like, oh, that's beautiful. But of course, sells it, but still, like
literally
the team-up
no plot happens for 2 episodes. It's just
that's
2
the
episodes of
thing.
great.
Yeah, like the last 3 episodes are just pure fights.
It's so
Which I appreciate completely.
There's stuff happening as far as like basically it's the Dragon Wish. That's like the big plot thing. But yeah, everyone's getting bodied. We get child SSJ3 Goku who pushes back and like rallies everybody. And
he teams up with fucking Majin Buu.
Yeah,
He's a giant cookie and goes like Majin Super Saiyan 3.
Majin Saiyan 3.
That is in terms of gag moments. That's my favorite next to the Bull.
Majin Saiyan 3.
What's up, Nerdy? What's up, Nerdy?
Something we forgot was a couple of things. One, we forgot like Vegeta answering the question for the 2-star Dragon Ball, and also Ku coming in the clutch to get the 1-star Dragon Ball.
Oh
yeah.
Ku didn't get enough appreciation.
No, I disagree. I think
he did.
Gets subtle
you gotta go.
which is what makes the ending hit so hard. But we're not.
No. I meant by Arensu. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. No, Arensu a bitch. Arensu a cunt.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but she is a bitch. Not a hater. Next Tuesday, though.
But how Vegeta answered that question was so fucking awesome.
Oh no, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We got to go through the kitty portion of the fight first, but yeah, basically the demon eye just seems to turn you into Broly because every time it looks like he's beaten, he just gets more ki and power, and I'm like, oh, what would happen if Broly?
Yeah, who was it that shoots the hole straight through him? Is it Vegeta?
Oh, it's Goku. But that's after
the
wish stage.
Yeah.
No,
okay, that's after the wish was made. Gotcha. So yeah, we've got this motherfucking demon kaiju just throwing hands with a bunch of children and just committing straight child abuse. To the point where we've gotten inklings throughout the show of Glorio being a traitor. Yeah. Glorio finally gets the Dragon Balls for Arinsu, and she's like, make my wish, bitch. You know the ancient language. Make the wish. And I think we all knew he was going to double cross her and actually side with the heroes. But there was that little inkling of like, yo, just do a weasel. Like,
there's that little inkling of the show being more interesting. But no, he does the face turn and he goes.
I appreciate that he
You should have
didn't
went full
turn
Cena.
on her, or that he didn't like betray Goku, because you see the relationship that they grow, and
Yeah, exactly.
even though Goku gets his name wrong all the time, he still appreciates him.
and here's where we get to my favorite moment. I messaged Cindy about this. It was like, oh my god, I'm getting emotional. There's a running gag throughout the whole show. Goku
Yes, I know what you're
can't
gonna say.
say Glorio's name.
Yep, I knew you were going.
Glorio finally makes the win,
Toriyama.
turns them all back into adults, and Goku's like, "Nice one, Glorio."
Yeah,
and
that
Glorio
can-
just smiles, and I was like,
like
He did say that's the first time you got my name right, which I wish
Exactly.
he did just smile. It would have been way more subtle if he's like,
No,
It'd
he
been
says it a little bit. He flies back over to Goku and says it later, if I recall. So in that frame, he just smiles.
Hey, I have to point out this comment in the chat. I actually have to agree with Krovax. Why would she
Yep.
leave that to a subordinate to do? I mean, she basically said, "Here, why don't I just leave this huge red button here for you to push if you decide you just really like Goku?"
Well, I took
Yeah,
it
no,
because
Cindy,
the thing is, she can't speak the language. Only he can.
no,
That's
that's
why.
it. That,
But
you're right,
she
Theo,
could have learned it.
which means
Yeah.
she was lazy enough that she made Glorio do something she just didn't feel like doing, and then
Yeah.
was arrogant enough that she thought, "Oh, well, he'll do
That's,
whatever."
it's arrogance, because throughout the
Yeah.
course of the show, her arrogance is on full display.
That's
Mhm.
true. I didn't think about that.
Something else that needs to be mentioned that was badass was when Purunga showed up and he flipped Goma like a little bitch.
That was
Bro,
awesome.
we've
amazing.
never seen a fucking dragon
Dragon.
throw hands in Dragon
Yeah.
Ball. Goma fight, yeah, dude, and Purunga's like, nah, bitch.
In fact,
Like,
you had the fucking
That was
balls to attack a
badass,
dragon, son. Like, dude, holy shit.
Seeing a dragon not like immediately turn into a bitch when anyone tried to confront them was great. He just like
Oh, yes.
flicked
yeah,
them away.
because juxtapose that to when Shinron meets Beerus, and Shinron's all like, oh my god, Beerus is here. Here's your wish, deuces. Like, no, the Purunga, dude, Red
That's what-
Purunga is like, nah, fuck this
That's why I
bitch.
love that
Like,
movie.
I'm curious.
But
what
Beerus
Purunga
is-
was- the Demon
It's
Purunga was
such a
doing
mic
with
drop
Beerus there,
moment.
though.
Yeah.
I'm very curious about that because Beerus is scary as fuck. Like, Goma's just a little bitch with a third eye. Beerus
Exactly.
ain't no joke. He ain't no bitch.
God of destruction.
That's a whole
Just
nother
doing
stream. Yeah,
differences.
that's why I love that film, for just showing how fucking like Beerus is so badass. Where when the dragon's afraid of him, like this. Oh shit, guys, this is a brand new.
oh, dude, I'm a
level.
Beerus fan.
Yeah.
He on the
Oh, yeah.
fit
Oh,
right now.
yeah.
Like, bro,
That's
say
a whole
what you
nother
want
stream.
about
Yeah,
Super
Whis is
Cat,
better.
Like, Beerus
Well,
and
Whis, yeah.
Beerus and Whis straight, like, they're fucking great.
No,
They're
I
the
like
best.
Beerus a lot. I actually would have really liked to see Beerus and Goma interact just for a little like gag thing, but obviously that's way
I
too
would
much.
have appreciated just Whis.
Or just Whis. Yeah, no, I love Whis, but shit, where were we? Just
Oh, yeah, so they're finally adults again. Well, all right. So back when they're kids,
Just got to
before
the
they become
wish.
adults, because we skipped some shit. Back when they're still kids, Neva does another ass pull.
The Super Saiyan
Oh,
4
this shit
ass
right
pull.
here. Okay, no, okay. So everyone's beat down. Goku's running out of Super Saiyan 3. No one can do it, and Neva's just like, I guess I'll help you out. And
What did he actually do?
I have no idea. Actually,
He touches him, and then what opens? What is that?
I have no
Is
idea.
that like his Z cells or something?
I have a theory as to what it is. Near the very end of the show, Vegeta says, I can't believe you've been hiding Super Saiyan 4 from me. And Goku goes, well, I've never tried it before. I didn't know if it would work. So what I think was the case is behind the scenes, Goku been training for Super Saiyan 4, but he's never unlocked it. I think Neva gives it, like, just unlocks its potential like what Guru did to Gohan and Piccolo. I think that's the implication.
I kind of agree with that. And I think it's because if it was like Guru or even Elder Supreme Kai, I don't think they would have been able to unlock Super Saiyan 4. But because given how old Neva is, and the fact that he could like resurrect Dragon Balls that have turned to stone, and like not just that, summon them, and all the
So,
other stuff he's been able to do, like I can see why he would be able to do that.
so if Neva wasn't there, we're not getting Super Saiyan 4. Okay.
Effectively, yeah. That's what. And again, that's why it is.
Which,
Yeah.
it really does come down to the big problem with Neva as a character is they don't give him enough time to actually scheme or plan things. He really just relies on Deus Ex Magica. And
Colorfly kind of did that too, in a way, if you think about it, with unlocking Gohan's power.
Well, yeah,
I
no, I
took it a
don't.
step too far with this whole thing because Neva was doing really great as far as being the kooky old man with just a lot of power. But then when they pull that out, then it was just like, okay, you guys went a little further than you should have.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, he's been in the demon realm for his whole life, right? It's never been implied that he's gone out before.
And in fact, it's the opposite. He says he never has left because he's waiting for when the Namekians return.
Which means the last thing that he should know how to be able to do is unlock a Saiyan's latent potential to reach the apex.
Well, I don't think it being a Saiyan has to do with it because remember, Guru unlocked both Gohan and Krillin. Gohan's Saiyan, Krillin's human. I think it's just about drawing out the potential of their ki, of their life force, things like that.
I was gonna say it's magic. Stop asking questions.
Pretty much, and that I kind of, for SSJ4, which is my favorite Super Saiyan form by far.
You're wrong. Second favorite. OG Super Saiyan is still the best.
Sure. But in terms of design, Super Saiyan 4 reigns supreme, and I love how it looks in this. The shade of red they chose was
same here.
The hair on a forearm.
Okay, so you know what? Now is where we're gonna bring it up. Let me
I
find
can't wait to talk about this.
Before you put me on, so many people on the internet. Episode
here's my thing with Super Saiyan 4 with this design. So if you play Dragon Ball Heroes / read the manga, the color palette is very much Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker, and the red color palette, it's Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker meets Super Saiyan 4 with a little bit of a god twist because of the red color palette, especially in the eyes. Because Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker, the eyes are yellow. And for me, what I saw with this, when I saw it initially, I'm like, oh, there you're kind of foreshadowing God, even if it's a happy accident, because it's kind of like a ritualistic kind of situation here, if you think about it, because you know magic for it.
The only thing I was going to say before we get Super Saiyan 4, episode 19, Betrayal, the whole internet, I was like laughing because freaking Vegeta's fighting and Bulma's like, Vegeta, stop being selfish. Come down here. No, Bulma.
Yeah, they call Vegeta a gooner.
Oh, yeah, no, I forgot. Oh, yeah.
You come down here. I'm not going to shower. The second she's like, I'm not going to shower with you anymore. Instantly, okay, I'm done.
I really had. Oh, okay, I love it. But I really had an annoyance with the Vegeta moment of Vegeta goes SSJ3 and starts bodying Goma, right? Just giving him them hands. And it's a beautiful fight scene and it's wonderful. But then, Goma has the plot eyeball, so he just keeps getting stronger. And eventually Vegeta's goes back to base and he's like, nah, I still got this. I'm like, dude, come on, you did fine, just sub in already. Like, what's your problem? Leave your fucking pride behind already. I'm sick of
Do you realize you were literally talking about Vegeta when you say leave your pride behind? That is the stupidest thing you could have said.
No, dude,
he's all pride.
No, remember in GT, this is one of GT's best moments, was when Vegeta first went Super Saiyan 4, he knew he wasn't enough to beat Shenron or Omega Shenron. So he's like, Kakarot, let's fuse. And he set his fucking pride aside to get the job done. And modern Vegeta just can't do that.
GT isn't canon.
I know. GT isn't canon. And hold on. GT is how many years past Z?
That's what I was going to say. Vegeta has not reached that level.
It's not about the
because we're still right after Boo. So this is like him just blowing himself up to save his family and everything. So he's just getting over his pride. He's not there yet.
Yeah, I'm with Cryptic on this 100%.
He should have been the first to be like, all right, we need to come up with another plan. Because Vegeta isn't stupid. He knew he was going to lose that fight. He knew once he went full Super Saiyan 3 Final Flash and blew him through the thing. Am I echoing?
Someone was, but it seems like it's gone now.
Okay, well, he knew he lost. So why can't you just accept that? Yeah, you are a better fighter than this guy, but he has magic axe bullshit. But Bulma saves it by saying the funniest line of the entire show. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
epic.
So Leon, I know to you and the entire panel, people, GT definitely with the Dragon Ball fan base, it's divided. Some people love it, some people hate it. But one thing, even the GT haters, one thing everyone agrees on is the fucking design for Super Saiyan 4 is still to this day so these fans
And-
love it to death.
That's what I was about to say. Looking at these two side by side,
Still like GT more.
People went nuts though. Yeah.
dude. What do you guys like better, Daima or GT?
Oh,
that's
dude,
tough.
I'm so split on this. I actually don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. I like GT more. It's just the fact that Daima, how they did the hair on the body, it looks amazing.
I do respect the fact that they didn't just copy GT. So that Diamond, they made it their own. That's
I'd
what I
have to
like
see
about
it in the same colored style.
Okay, and Cinny, that is my answer. I like GT more, but not because the design is better, because as I mentioned earlier, I prefer old school hand-drawn animation with cell shading, and that's what GT is. So it's purely because of the art style that I think GT's is better. If I was to see this version, this Daima version in that old 90s style, I might actually like the 90s
That
style
is
better.
kid form also.
Yeah, it's true. That is kid form. I wonder if we, 19A Ray being all up here agreeing with me. You love to see it. Thank you so much, brother. There are some good renditions of like, here is him as the adult, and
but even in adult form,
look is fucking like, dude, that's that Super Saiyan drip, son.
Oh, so because we're here, but there's one other thing that bothered me about this whole thing. Because here was the point where I was like, before Super Saiyan 4 came to be, I was like, okay, we're going to get like, because we saw Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, we're going to get Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta or Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta because of the Medibugs. It was like, no, like, why did we not at least get that? Like, come on. This would have been the perfect time for it, but I guess it is what it is. Now, but here, since you have Super Saiyan 4 Goku up here, this was where we had peak cinema and the performance of Masako freaking Nozawa's career. That a throwback to Majin Buu when Goku was distracting Majin Buu so Trunks could go get the Dragon Radar and showed all three transformations. Oh my God, I can't believe Nozawa is 88 years old. She converted so many Western fans into sub fans.
Oh yeah, no, it was great. And I can roll my eyes.
Oh, finally, we took you long enough to show up, brother. I was getting worried about you. We discussed in the final fight, guys. We got Mike Hollow in this bitch. How you doing, my man?
Sorry for the late entry. I worked late, so I've just got home.
Dude, you're A-okay, man. You got a real life outside of this shit. We are real quick. The topic of discussion, because we are talking about the final fight, final scene, was what version of Super Saiyan 4 do we prefer, the Daima version or the Super Saiyan or the GT version?
I prefer. I mean, the art style in GT is amazing, but I think I still prefer the GT one. But I really like the fact that they made his forearms bigger, like a gorilla, in Daima's version. But I think overall I still prefer GT over Daima.
I'm right there with. I do love that change. It actually harkens back to because I'm a massive One Piece fan, and it made me think of more of a One Piece art style. Which as much as I love DBZ and it's my favorite anime of all time, there are some times when One Piece character design wise does some unique shit. And but that said, I love that. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were backstage yet or not when that came up. I love the 90s art of it being cell animation as opposed to computer oriented stuff. So I like GT better. But yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I think like the overall Super Saiyan 4 design and Daima, like how it came to be, I think GT was way better because I think GT it really tapped into like showing you the primal side of Super Saiyan and the fact that you needed to like get the tail out to become a Super Saiyan 4. So it was like you need to tap into like your Saiyan roots. But in Daima, he just sort of became Super Saiyan 4, and I was like, seems a bit rushed.
I do like to reveal like after like he goes forward, the whole friggin' like the whole atmosphere changes, and just all you see is a hand and rocks, and he's still on his knees, and like he's got to get up into that Super Saiyan form, and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah. So I think I mean, in GT, like the lore behind it was so cool, and the fact that like Goku and Vegeta had to, they both cheated to get to Super Saiyan 4, but they had no choice. But Daima just sort of like jumped there, and I really would have wished that they would have built up towards it because it's such like a grand transformation. But it looked cool. Like I had fun watching it.
Now, so we're talking about this final fight with Goma. They're all finally adults now. Vegeta has, I'm right there with Daxnar, given him and Bulma have what might be the best bit of comedy in the entire show, which again,
His Gunnar moment.
You don't come back right away, I'll never take a bath with you again.
Yes, I even like texted Leon. I was like, "No, this is perfect." Yeah. He has priorities.
How fast he moved his ass down there was such
He
a
was
good
gone in
event.
an instant.
He was just like, all right, cool.
He moved faster than instant transmission.
He really did.
He was mid attack too, which is crazy.
He was not about
Now-
to give him a bath time.
Goku decides
give
to
her hands
he's gonna throw hands solo. In fact, they make a point to be like, all right, no more team battle. We're adults now. Back to solo fights. He opts to throw hands with Kaiju Demon Goma.
Well,
And-
because there's a way that they had to hit Goma in the head, back of the head 3 times, a la Cell Max, because that's what Rinsu found in the book.
And
Now-
Piccolo does show his worth in the final episode.
Yeah, Piccolo out there. He's waiting for his moment to strike, and we get some of the best balls to the wall choreographed fights in modern Dragon Ball. Like, holy shit, Super Saiyan 4 Goku versus Goma is retarded good. So we'll start with Cindy and we'll go down the line. Cindy, what are you thinking of this 1v1 fight? Cindy, you still with us?
Sorry, my mic. Could I be last? I gotta suck on this cough drop a little more.
Sure, go for it. BCL, what are you thinking of this fight, homie? You're muted too.
Technical tisms.
All y'all, mics show up and everyone just gets silent, motherfuckers. Damn. There you are. All right, you're back, BCL.
Weird. No, like I said, dude, I was watching this episode, freaking drunk as hell, eating a fucking pizza, just like goddamn. I would go to the theaters just for this episode alone. This was so fucking great, and it was the payoff of 19 episodes to build up, and yeah, I mean, you could argue it's the best fight in the series, but what a good send off to the 1 year anniversary of this man's legacy, and this was aired 1 year after he died, and what a fucking finale.
I literally could not have said that better myself. Dax, what are you thinking about this fight, this 1v1?
It's just quintessential Goku, man. He gives us one of the rawest transformation scenes in the series. Stands toe to toe and just does that Ikuzo. And from then on, just gives him that. Okay, can I say how fucking ecstatic I was when during SSJ4, whenever he like key charged and charged at him, you get the Kaioken sound effect.
I didn't pick up on that.
Oh yeah, no, it's the Kaioken sound effects. Like, and you dropped the original sketch, nice. But yeah, every time he was like speed blitzing him, you just heard pew, pew, just constantly just giving him the most hands possible. And good on Vegeta for giving Goku battle data in the previous fight, so Goku could beat his ass extra hard. And yeah, it was. Oh, sorry, go on, Leon. I keep cutting.
No, I was just gonna say, for those of you that don't know, because BCL brought up after GT, Toriyama did this sketch of, because he of course he oversaw GT to a minimal degree, but didn't have much involvement with it. He did do his own artistic rendition of Super Saiyan 4, and it's this one right here, which was back in 2005. So here we are in 2025,
20 years later,
and it's 20 years later. It comes full circle. It goes from that to this legend, bro, fucking legend. All right, Dex, do you have anything else to say about that fight, or are we moving on to nerdy?
I actually went back to see how long I was watching the fight when it was going on, because I'm like, this seems really long, and it was 3 minutes. They pack so much kinetic energy into 3 minutes. It's actually kind of insane. We get him punching him like through the planet, like going tit for tat. We get the dragon throw where he grabs him by the ankle and throws him a million miles away, and then
The
follows.
dragon throw moment was bananas.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's pretty much everything that you'd want, and then it builds up to that Kamehameha, the rawest Kamehameha, really, that we've seen in ever.
Stow that thought, because I've got something to pull up based on that. Nerdy, let's all you. What do you think of
Second
this 1v1?
This fight, here's the best way to compare it. This is something that I would love to see in Bleach 1000-Year Blood War, because the problem I've had with Bleach 1000-Year Blood War's fights is they're wasting the beautiful background and setting they have, aka the Spirit Palace. Here, what Toei did is they took advantage of the full surrounding of this cage and this beautiful color palette that they have. And they've been doing it the whole time, but this is where like the epitome, like the climax of it. And especially when they're going through the floor or through the ground of the cage, and you get this beautiful like mixture of like purples and blues in the color palette. And like how it's just like all the contrast of it, as Goma and Super Saiyan 4 Goku are fighting, it is just unreal. It is. It's something that I would love to see more modern anime, especially battle anime, utilize. And it's just a goddamn shame that we're not going to probably see it. At least
I was actually having. It's funny you mentioned the. Someone got an echo. Oh yeah, cool. Also, yeah, Mike's showing stuff on screen. That's what we'd like to see. No, I'm glad you brought 1000-Year Blood War, because I actually had a lot of similar thoughts while watching specifically these final fights. I was like, because I'm a Bleach hater 9 times out of 10. I thought the anime didn't do the manga justice. But 1000-Year Blood War has been fucking amazing, specifically in the animation department. And while I'm watching Daima, specifically these final fights, I was like, yo, this is using the same techniques. This is how these shonen anime should be done in the modern era. Like My Hero Academia is fine. I'm sure Black Clover's fine. Fuck Jujutsu Kaisen, but Daima and 1000-Year Blood War are the Daima and 1000-Year Blood War are the standout in my opinion.
Well, 1000-Year Blood War has some issues in terms of like choreography, and it's very stiff in the movements, especially if you're going to compare it to the manga, and it drives me up the wall. And it doesn't take advantage of the incredible battleground that they have in terms of like the color palette. And you see it with Daima, it's like the complete opposite. You have like the most beautiful cinematography. You have the movement is just so fluid. It's like butter, and it doesn't look so CGI. The CGI that's there, it doesn't look so fake. It looks like it all belongs in the same environment, and you have great contrast.
If there was CGI, I couldn't tell.
I noticed one bit of it, but it still flows so nicely.
They blended it very well.
It's blended in perfectly. Yeah. And whereas Bleach, you can tell.
Yeah. Cryptic, what about you? Your thoughts on this 1v1?
The 1v1 was amazing, but the last 3 episodes reminded me of, this is a terrible comparison, of this season of Blue Lock. Because everything, the build up and everything, it's a good build up, but it wasn't everything. But they spent all their money and everything in the final episodes to actually hook you in and actually bring you into the finale.
And last but not least, Mike, we in this final 1v1, what's your thoughts? And then we're gonna do like final reviews and whatnot of the actual show, so we can get out what
some stuff you missed and whatnot. So.
Oh right, Cindy, so we missed it. We'll go to Mike, then we'll go to you. So yeah, Mike, give it to us, buddy.
I don't know if anyone noticed, but there's a part in the fight where Goku raises his fist and there's like lightning everywhere, and it was a callback to the original opening of Dragon Ball Z, when he sort of like raises his hand and then powers up.
You know, I didn't notice that, but my brain did.
Yeah, it was pretty perfect. Like, I couldn't really fault it. I mean, obviously, I would rather that Goku wasn't fighting like a giant and it was more like hand-to-hand combat of somebody his size. But for what it was pretty amazing. Couldn't say anything bad about it if I wanted to.
Well, then here's a question to you, Mike. Since because we actually touched on this earlier, because it was arguably my favorite thing about the choreography of the show as a whole. It went back to, in my opinion, the Dragon Ball roots, specifically when Goku was like fighting all of Kanada's guards. It went back to focusing on the martial arts choreography as opposed to just balls to the wall, explosions and action. Which, not that Z is bad, but obviously the original Dragon Ball focused more on like traditional martial arts. Did you get that same vibe?
Yeah, I think they've been trying to do that for some time now, because even in the Broly movie, they were clearly showing off a lot of martial arts, and in the Gohan movie as well, even when Goku and Vegeta were fighting, they're probably much faster than they ever were, but they were showing it at a much slower rate, and you got to see how Vegeta was kind of using Wing Chun at some points. So yeah, I think I prefer that style of Dragon Ball much more.
Right there with you. Cinny, your thoughts on this 1v1, and then we'll round out how the show ended and have a few questions and final thoughts and stuff.
Okay, so I'm going to tack on to agree with Nerdigan in a sense. I haven't seen Blood War yet, but the animation style, it made me think of that stream I had with Nia, where they mentioned that Akira can never be redone today. And I think this proves this whole show.
Akira, the anime / manga, by the way, guys, not Akira Toriyama himself. Just for clarification. Sorry, go on, Gurley.
But yeah, this Daima proved that I think Akira could be remade today to follow the story better than it was back in the 80s.
Oh, that's a gamble, Gurley. You flirting with the devil when you say Akira could be remade.
I'm saying if they want to follow the storyline and actually follow, and make it more palatable. Yeah,
it is being done. It actually is. That anime
it's being remade
not too long ago. I think it got announced 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's being remade.
Doing an Akira remake, really?
Yeah.
I think Sunrise is doing it.
That makes me nervous. But I mean, I love Akira.
I think the company behind it is a reliable company. I forgot who was behind it.
I think it was I could be wrong, but I think it was Sunrise that's doing it, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
I didn't hear live action.
Real quick, I gotta address the comment. Psychotic, if you ever get the chance to meet Vic, do it. I've met him 3 times. I've hung out with him for a very extended period of time once. Dude's a sweetheart. Absolutely take the chance to meet Vic if you ever get it.
I've never heard anything bad about that man. Except for certain avenues, but yeah.
No, there's an anime version too. It's not just the live action. There's an anime too.
Yeah.
Zax, why? Why would you say that? Oh my gosh.
Pedro Pascal, other than cats in live action Akira. Now, Dax, you were the only one to bring up. You said it is the most raw Kamehameha you've ever seen. Now, I saw this article from CBR. And it is, of course, referring to the Kamehameha. We're talking about Dragon Ball Daima ends with the greatest Kamehameha in the franchise's 40-year history. Now,
it's one of the best.
Vehemently disagree with it being the best. It is a good one, even a great one. But I want to know, what is everyone's favorite Kamehameha? We'll start with Mike, and we'll go to the left. Mike, what do you think is the greatest Kamehameha in DBZ or Dragon Ball history?
My favorite is and has always been the first time Goku and Vegeta clashed. I loved the artwork and the art style and just how everything was flashing and sort of breaking around them, and the contrast as well, how they started that fight of Vegeta on top and Goku on the bottom, and they continued that the whole way through the fight. And it was very clear, even though Vegeta hadn't realized it, that he was getting the better of Goku, and Kaioken was breaking his body, and Goku pushing through, and just how it looked and how flashy it was. I think that one was the best.
Cryptic, what about you, brother?
I'll say the Kamehameha in the Tournament of Power. When he slid on the blast and just let it rock. That's one of the best for me. That's the best one for me.
I can respect it. Nerdy?
It's gonna be a toss-up between the father-son Kamehameha against Cell and the Goku Kamehameha against Frieza, right as Namek is being blown up.
Dax, do you think this is the most raw, or do you think there's one better?
Oh, okay. I was doing a bit of hyperbole when I said that. In terms of the history of the series, I think visually this one stacks up there with the best, because you have to highlight that not only does it go through the invincible villain, make a hole in his ass, he punches through every realm of the demon realm and makes us fucking skylight in it. This, he's gotten so strong he's actively punching through dimensional barriers, which is just funny to me. And it's just beautifully presented, and yeah, but objectively, I think Mike is right. The original Goku versus Vegeta Kamehameha can't really be beat. It's the highest stakes. It's the most well-realized framing. And then right behind that would be Father-Son. And then I'll give this one the bronze medal at 3. I think that's fair.
All right. No, I think that's completely fair. What
Oh, by
about
the way,
you,
I
BC?
did double check the Akira remake. Yeah, it is Sunrise that's doing it, and it was announced in 2019.
Oh, so, yeah, Sunrise is a great company. They're the ones that did Big O. So
yeah, and it's a full adaptation
Big
of
O
the
needs a
manga.
remake.
That's what it was supposed to be. Or that's what it's supposed to be. It's just we haven't gotten anything since it was July 4th, 2019 was when it was announced.
BCL, what about you?
I'll be controversially honest. I'm watching it right now on Netflix, but goddamn, I'll go with this one on because like after it goes fucking through him. The music, as you guys talk, I'm listening to music in my headphones, and Goku's hands are still glowing afterwards. After it goes through him,
Oh, dude, the blue glow on his hands.
You're seeing the after effect where it goes through him. It's breaking through barriers. It's going through water. Like after it goes through him, there's still another 45 seconds of like dish, 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 and like. God damn, man, this is one fucking man. How many Kamehameha waves have actually gone through somebody where even he's looking down like, what the hell just happened to me?
Yeah.
Oh man, you know what Kamehameha I totally forgot is the Master Roshi one in Dragon Ball when he destroyed the moon.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm watching that with you guys talking live again, just I'll currently go with this one because like Leon, even like the bottom right there, that shot of Goku and just this animation and Super Saiyan 4 and the way his hands, like we've seen the Kamehameha wave 10,000 times, and it still gives me fucking goosebumps seeing new iterations of it.
Last but not least, Sinavir, do you have a favorite Kamehameha? I said last but not least, I can get mine, but do you have a favorite Kamehameha?
Oh, you know what? I just really liked Blue Collar's explanation there that I'm just going to have to piggyback off his.
I can't argue that. Leon, can I give you a special? Can I give you like one that people think? But I know a lot of people might not have seen it. It comes from the game, but in Kakarot, when Goku and Vegeta fight at the very end of one of the DLCs, they replicate the clash that Goku and Vegeta had originally. But in this clash, Goku's winning almost instantly, and Vegeta lets the Gallic Gun go, and he switches to Final Flash, and it's one of the best beam clashes that I've seen.
Really? I got Kakarot when it first came out. Thought it was fine. Thought it was a little undercooked. But by the time all the DLC had come out, it was back in the PS4 days. My PS4 had fried, and so I've never played any of the Kakarot DLCs. And I'm thinking about getting it on PC so I can experience it. Everyone says the DLC more or less makes the game a full-fledged legit game. So that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's real cool, and it's real cool how they showcase Super Saiyan 2 in that fight as well. I haven't seen them do it in that way before, so I'd highly recommend it.
I used to agree with Mike in terms of the OG Vegeta versus Goku Kamehameha. That was the Kamehameha wave until Super. And dude, I know that Dax a super hater is what it is, bro. Ultra Instant Goku grinding on Kefla's beam, using the ball of the Kamehameha as dude, and then just. Full frontal to the face Kamehameha. That I think is the most.
I've watched that YouTube short like a dozen times.
Oh, it's fucking immaculate. Like not everything in Super is totally worthless and shitty. I never said that, but just most
fair
of
enough.
It. That's all. At that moment's Goku. Yeah. And Cryptic was right to highlight it, and you're totally stealing it from him. So shame on you.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say at the beginning. I'm surprised more folk besides he and I didn't choose that one. It's just such a.
I feel like it's glazed enough. I gotta give my respect to the classics.
To her face too.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fight ends with the eye being removed, not by Piccolo, who fails to remove it, but
which is fucking stupid. The fact that he fumbled that, right?
Okay, so I thought it was stupid in the moment. In fact, before we get on to how it actually happens, who was disappointed that Piccolo didn't get the dub?
Me.
Yeah.
It kind of was, yeah. But then
it goes.
What they
I
do in
get the
bed is
explanation.
funny,
I get the
but
explanation why he didn't get the dub.
it
I
just
get
makes
that.
Piccolo look stupid because he's hits him once, great. Hits him twice, great. And then he's like, and the finisher. And it's like, what are you
So you
doing?
tell
Just
yeah.
finish
So
the
you
job.
saying Piccolo don't have a quick jab? He can't do 3 quick jabs?
Yeah, he was bam, bam, bam. It just said 3 times. It didn't say 3 times super hard. You could have done that shit in an
Well,
instant.
no, I even had a question for Leon when I watched this, which was, wouldn't he accidentally hit the back of his head 3 times by how Goku's hitting him? Like, it
Nah,
didn't have to be
point.
taps by fist, right? It just said 3 hits in the back of the head. So by him hitting his head on everything, he should have accidentally done that.
I mean, let's be real. There's no way Goma, being as shit of a fighter as he was going to stop fully maxed out Super Saiyan 3 Goku from hitting him on the back of the head 3 times, especially when he has instant transmission. Goku should have been like, oh yeah, no, just sit down, Piccolo. I got this, and just done it if he really wanted to.
Well, someone pointed out, I can't remember who it was, if it was Masako X or if it was Geekdom 101 that said this, but they were saying that it's like Goma is not the real villain, it's the third eye. That the evil eye has basically like consumed Goma at this point.
No, there's no dark hold shit.
Goma still have personality.
He's just as much of an asshole as when he gets the eye as when he
Yeah,
has the eye.
I gotta disagree with either Moscow or Geekdom. Like Goma is Goma. The third eye is just a power up.
Yeah, that's some headcanon bullshit.
All it is just the margin symbol.
However, Piccolo doesn't get the dub. Majin Ku comes in and whacks a motherfucker 3 times in the back of the noggin with a book, because the more you know, knowledge is power. And that makes him king of the demon realm.
Cyberman took out Yamcha. The Cyberman takes out Goma.
So how does everyone feel about this ending of Majin Ku not only getting the dub, but also becoming king of the demon realm as a result? Cindy, we'll start with you and we'll work our way since we started Mike last time.
I didn't hear the question. I was hoping to like glean my answers off other people, but
What
you
are
just
you
didn't.
doing, woman? We are midstream. What do you think of
I'm sick. My throat is just killing me.
Excuses,
I'm doing my
excuses.
best.
You agreed to be here. Majin Ku gets the dub and becomes king of the demon realm.
Oh, I actually like how it kind of tied in together. I, as much as it did bother me that Piccolo didn't get the win, the fact that they wrap it up so that because Ku is the one who did it, he gets to be the king. I would have been pissed off if it had been Piccolo who is now the king of the demon realm, because I mean he should be with Pan.
All right, BCL.
Yeah, I'm fine with it because, as people said later on, at some point this will give us a reason to return to the demon realm.
So you think so?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Dax.
Okay, well, obviously it's stupid that Piccolo couldn't have pulled that off. We all know he's more competent than that, but well, it depends on how Toriyama's feeling at the time. But basically, like, I do like that basically the end to the big climactic boss fight on brand with the show's tone was a complete accident. I don't know why he felt the need to use the book, but it was funny, so I'll give it a pass. That's so much of this show. It's funny, so I'll give it a pass. But still, like, yeah, I do like Ku. I really like that it showed at the end, like, when he's giving everybody assignments, like, you'll be a minister because you know about the demon realm and science and shit. And he's going around giving everyone their assigned roles. That was adorable.
Dude, I adored that.
Yeah, that was great. And they come up with the ultimate punishment for these demon usurpers, Degasu and Goma, and they're like, we're going to seal you in this bottle for 100 years. And then Piccolo's like, well, wait, they'd never tried to kill Dende, so, you know, we'll be easy on him and give him 99 years. And I'm like, okay, Piccolo got some kind of dub at least. He got to be a cheeky bastard. But yeah, no, it's a fine ending for what the show was going for, but honestly, I wanted more. I wanted more of these characters. I wanted more of the Demon Realm world building.
Isn't that the old adage of storytelling, though, is leave them wanting more?
Yes, but I feel like in the 20 episodes we got, we could have cut out at least 4 and had time to beef up Pansy's character, Arinsu's character, Glorio's character. Because can anyone tell me, do you remember the episode where they crash their ship and fight the giants? Does anyone remember that?
Yeah,
Yes.
What was the point of that?
it was filler.
The only thing that happens in that episode is Gloria gives Arinsu a call and is like, yes, I am still undercover. And we already
That
knew.
episode was basically just filler.
Yeah, it was worthless. And I'm like, how are you going to spend all the money to animate a whole episode where they fuck around with giants, who they establish like, wait, why don't the giants just attack the demon castle? And then the answer is, oh, they kind of just don't care. Like, you introduced.
I think that episode, storytelling wise, is kind of a letdown filler episode. However, visually, when you see Goku and crew fighting the equivalent of ticks as an actual threat, is it's Honey, I Shrunk the Kids for shonen, and it does a lot of interesting perspective shots. What they're doing with shrunken, what are perceived to be shrunken down characters, and really everything else is so massive. I think there's a place for the episode visually, but yeah, lore wise, you're right. It is
you cut it out and miss nothing, and that's how I feel about Team Mugen Force. That's how I feel about a lot of the
Piccolo being there.
Piccolo being there, the stuff about them hanging out in hotels and stuff. I just feel like if the show had been more keenly focused on the plot beats they needed to hit, that it would have come off a lot more resonant. Because Super Saiyan 4, as much as I love it, came out of fucking nowhere, and I'm at this point I'm convinced that Goku told Vegeta he had that on the back burner just to be a dick and make Vegeta jealous, because Vegeta is an eternal tsundere, and at this point he should just get gender swapped, because at least then
well, it's nice having Dax on the show. What did you think, Nerdy?
I'm sorry, I'm done.
So basically, like, part of the reason why I'm kind of like annoyed and like I kind of see what Toriyama was doing, because it kind of got rid of like the full circle moment for Piccolo. Because remember, he was Demon King Piccolo, so he would have been king of the demon realm if you think about it. And like then you had the whole thing with the Mapuba, because let's be real, that's what that was. That was the Mapuba that we saw. Yes, you did have like a full circle moment with that. So it's like Piccolo was like, ha, I get to do it now. I'm not the victim of the Mapuba this time. Which was a nice touch.
Your knowledge of OG Dragon Ball will never cease to impress me, Nerdy, because most folks just saw Z, and so I love it. Anything to add before we move on to Cryptic?
I do want to mention that I love that. I think it was in the after credits that we saw this. I love that we saw Degesu and Goma playing video games in the bottle. That was really funny.
And then Cryptic, what about you? How do you think? What do you think of this ending? What do you think of Ku getting the dub? The whole nine.
The ending was fine, but I still question why Piccolo was there. The same reason why I question why Chad is sitting on the plateau fighting the All-Father of Quincy's.
I think that those are both fair questions. Unfortunately, as much as I hate to admit it, Piccolo does not have much of a place in this anime story-wise. You could cut him out and give all of his moments to Vegeta,
which is a real shame, because there was easy narrative layups to get that done.
Well, again, it's just like, I think Toriyama, well, one, Piccolo's his favorite character, but the other thing is, it's all like a full circle moment, because Piccolo started off as the king of the freaking demons. That's probably why Toriyama did it.
Exactly.
Just
and then that he didn't do more with it. Like, they could have done so much more. They could have made so many jokes with that too.
Yeah, imagine Piccolo shows up in a village and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's Demon King Piccolo. What are we gonna do?" And he's like, "What?" And they're just running around and he's just chilling there, like, "Oh, right, my dad. Yeah, that makes sense."
And
but that was,
bless you, Mike. And then, hold on, let's give Mike his moment. So, Mike, what do you think of how this show ended? The joke with Ku, the whole nine.
Yeah, I thought the ending was fine. I actually agree with Geekdom in that the third eye is the real enemy and not Goma, just because he was pretty
Really?
inconsequential, and the third eye basically made it so whoever got it was going to become a problem. And then in the end credits, or like the scene just after, which by the way, I don't know if anyone noticed, had like very good animation, like strangely.
Clean animation.
Yeah, I
Clean.
was like,
Yeah.
I was watching, I was like, what the hell's going on here? Why is it so? Why does it look
Crisp.
better than the entire show? But
Like, why is
um,
Goma moving like this?
yeah, when she threw the bug, I had to take two. I took two takes, and I was like, what is going on here? But yeah, I thought that basically told you that this is the third eye is the enemy here, and we don't even know how many of them are because anybody could have gotten it. Goma couldn't fight, and even when he got the third eye, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta basically outclassed him. The only reason that he didn't win is because it kept on healing him and powering him up. But the ending was fine. I didn't mind Ku getting it. Toriyama loves his gags. I'm a Vegeta fan, and I'm used to Vegeta not getting the W. So Piccolo not getting the W was like, it's the Goku show, right? And it was Toriyama's
My
last piece of
goodness.
work, and it felt like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball GT at the same time. Like it felt like a callback. So I didn't mind it. It was whatever. It was kind of funny, so I was fine with it.
I do want to
All
mention
right.
one other thing though about that after credit scene. Those third eyes, those are like keys to bringing them back in a future arc. Because theirs could be so many stories with that in a future arc where someone gets that third eye and becomes corrupt and causes shit in the demon realm.
No. They're gonna
And
leave those extra two eyes on the shelf because they're not gonna follow up on it, and they're gonna be like, no one's gonna come to this weird offhand store to buy
They're gonna
Medibugs,
forget
and they
about
already
it.
know what those eyes
Hey,
are,
no
so
one
it's
thought
fine.
I was gonna have that third eye.
Well, so we're gonna end this with a few questions. Then it'll probably extend the discussion a little bit, but it'll be a-okay and it's worth it. One, canonicity to Super. We've been alluding to this the whole show. Me and Nerdigans actually had a bit of a conversation about this behind the scenes earlier today, and I didn't want to talk too much about it because I want to blow the load. There has been, ever since this show was announced, and then every episode as it goes on, and of course with the advent of Super Saiyan 4, people wondering how the fuck does this fit in with canon. So do you think this is canon to Super, or is it his own timeline? How does it work? Can you excuse it, the whole nine, and why? We'll start with Mike, and we'll backtrack it.
I would have said yes until Goku at the very closing moment spoke like he trained to get Super Saiyan 4 and he was aware of it. I think that he hadn't done it before, so he didn't know what it was going to become, and then obviously never helped him tap into it. I don't know how they're going to explain why he has not turned Super Saiyan 4 since, and to be honest with you, I really wouldn't mind if it was its own timeline and they went another route with Super. Because Super's got so much work that has been done on it. I mean, we just saw the new panel that came out yesterday. That I don't mind them doing a third timeline. Have GT be its own timeline, Super and Daima, because they're gonna have to ask Paul to get us to accept that Super Saiyan 4 wasn't used this entire time. And I imagine when they go forward with Super, they're just going to repurpose it and give it to Broly.
And I have not heard anyone bring up that last part. That's interesting.
Yeah, because Broly's the more like, he comes across as the more primal one.
Right, no, I can see the
Uzaru.
vision there. So,
yeah, that's what I think will happen. I don't think that they're going to try to even bother explaining Super Saiyan 4 in the Super manga going forward. And if they did, it's probably gonna raise even more questions. I think you could have gotten away with Vegeta because Vegeta sort of laughed at Trunks when Trunks asked him, why didn't you turn Super Saiyan 3 like Goku did when they were doing their little spar? And you could just say, oh, Vegeta knew that it wasn't worth it because he had something better. But Super Saiyan 4, there's so many issues because in the manga,
real
Goku
quick,
even...
Not only was it there something better, but I made the argument before he hopped on the stream. Vegeta is a far more key-based fighter as opposed to Goku being more hand-to-hand based, and Super Saiyan 3 is such a key suck. It's not a valid form for Vegeta's fighting style.
Yeah, possibly, but I also think that given like the Daizenshu and like reading over how Toriyama had built Vegeta, Vegeta seems stronger at his base than Goku, and I think that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 seemed more impressive than Goku's one, and he even turned Super Saiyan 3 when he was tired, because he took the most damage at one point and then managed to get up and continue fighting. So it would have all been fine going into Super, given how Vegeta utilized Super Saiyan 2 and the Zenkai boost he's gotten, and the Daizenshuu showing that Vegeta is stronger in his base. But Super Saiyan 4 and Goku's last line is what the problem is, so I think that you just split off into 3 timelines.
Hey, Leon, I'm going to cut short. I'll be in chat if I head to work in a second. So, do you mind if I just go
by all
for it?
means,
Out?
give the people out. Dex, I know you're on the panel, but you're my mod. Do your mod stuff.
I got you, dog. I got you.
On the channel.
But no,
BCL, tell the people who you are, what you do, the whole nine, brother.
Yeah, I'm just like you, Geek Weeb, video games reviews. I'm putting out a Reacher video. I'm putting out was We Did Mickey 17, and I hop on with Leon and friends when I get a chance, and I'm heading to work right now. Definitely sober, not drinking alcohol. So, well, yeah, I do think Dragon Ball Daima, you could say it could break canon, but you know what? Maybe this was the thing going into Broly. Vegeta was like, Goku, didn't you master Ultra Instinct? He goes, well, I did, but only for a Tournament of Power. So you could head canon that maybe Super Saiyan 4, he only mastered this inside the Demon Realm. That's why it didn't carry over to Dragon Ball Super. I'm fine with Daima being its own thing. I don't think it breaks canon. It's fun for what it is. And hey guys, the fact that Dragon Ball came out back in the 80s and it's 40 years later, we're still talking about Dragon Ball and watching this. And man, I will watch Dragon Ball 15 at 40 years old. Fuck, if I live to 70, I'll watch Dragon Ball when I'm 70. And to Leon in the panel, it's so great that unlike current Marvel and comics over here, anime is bringing everybody together. People get nitpicky, but that's the fun of having friends. Nobody's like really hating each other. Nobody's getting divisive. It's just really cool seeing everybody coming together and loving this medium. And manga is destroying fucking current American comics. And this is why. There's no political bullshit. There's no modern agendas. It's just people having fun. Whenever I see a Dragon Ball movie in theaters, everybody's there. As I said, black, white, young, old, kids, girls, boys, everybody loves manga because it's just about good storytelling. That's it.
But before you go, if you were to give us a rating out of 10, what would you rate Daima?
It's probably it's a solid 8. I'm fine with the 8 out of 10. You know, and I mean, but I love all Dragon Ball. I'll watch GT, I'll watch Dragon Ball. There's no Dragon Ball I hate. I'll watch GT. I like all Dragon Ball, some better than others, but people that hate the medium, you know what, Dragon Ball is Dragon Ball, guys. It's a kid's cartoon about a kid that turns into, it's an allegory for Superman, a kid that turns into an ape and grows a tail, and you have different beings and Zenos and multiverses, and don't also read into it too seriously. It's a kid's cartoon, guys, about big monkeys. So
bingo, bango, bongo. Well, BCL, man, I love you. I love when we can do these shows together. Still waiting for you and I to do some Sonic stuff. It's gonna be great.
We will definitely.
Yeah, Chet, Dex, drop his link. Everybody sub to BCL. He is one of the most criminally undersubbed individuals on YouTube.
Thanks, but I'll be in chat, buddy.
Sounds good. Catch you later, brother.
Have a good one.
No, it's a big me. I don't want to be big. I can move. Phrasing. Let's see.
We can talk about that later.
You hear? Oh, I see what you did there, Cindy. All right. So, timeline. Oh, right. So we went Mike first. So we'll hop down to Cryptic. Let's move over. Cryptic, what are you thinking in terms of canonicity? Does it matter? Is there problems? Where what are you thinking?
I agree with Mike because everything that Daima or Super introduced, these retcons, it's nothing but problems. It's either going to be Daima is a branch timeline that connects to Z, or Super is a branch timeline that connects to Z. But you can't have them on the same timeline because one contradicts the other too much.
Nerdigans, what do you think? Because I know you think they can exist in canon together, so I want to hear your thoughts.
I actually agree with BCL a little bit more because something that I've seen a lot of people talk about is how Super Saiyan 4 would be more so limited to the demon realm. But here's where I'm going to kind of expand upon that. Because with Goku, remember, he has Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct is pure. So I don't think he would be even able to use that. If they go back to the demon realm, I don't think he'll be able to use that at all because it's demon realm is a realm of darkness. Whereas Vegeta will be able to use Ultra Ego because Ultra Ego is more on the demonic side of the spectrum. But that's like if you want to argue about Super Saiyan 4. But like for the rest of the stuff, I don't see that much of a problem. Like in terms of, because we have the stuff with the universes and the multiverses and stuff like that. And God, we really need a manga adaptation of Daima, kind of like what we saw with I know we didn't get it for Battle of Gods or Resurrection F, but like what we got with Zamasu and what we got with Superhero, we really need it for Daima because there's a lot of things that do need to be explained. But from what Geekdom 101 told me is that Ioku said that it is not going to happen, at least for now. And he didn't say for now anyway, but as of now, like this moment, we're not getting one. But I think that would really help because then that way you could make the argument that it is kind of like Super, where you have the anime and manga have its own thing going on. But in terms of like what in terms of the anime and manga connecting though, and this is what I was kind of alluding to earlier, is if it gets brought up again in the manga in like a future arc and we get a demon realm arc, and I was hoping we were going to see it in the anime, is like the is a hint of the demon gods that we saw in Super Dragon Ball Heroes, because those demon gods are amazing and I would like to see them in the manga at some point and become like full on canon. But that's just probably wishful thinking. But
listen to this beautiful bitch, everybody. She 100% correct. I don't necessarily disagree too terribly much with anything she said, but I'll expound on that a bit more when it gets to me. Dex, what do you think? I think I know what you think because you and I we talk a lot, but let's hear your thoughts.
We do, Leon, and when we talk, I usually have a deeper voice, but those damn Black Star Dragon Balls have reverted me back into my child form. So how can I possibly be? Here we go. Back to full.
You're amazing, Dex.
All right. Listen, everybody, as far as canon goes, I want you all to know one thing, and I want you to take it to heart. Toriyama doesn't give a fuck about canon. I do. I love talking about this shit, but he never once considered where Super was going to slot into this. He never once considered where Super was going to slot into the end of Z. Everything he does is by the seat of his pants. That's exemplified in this show, and there is no reason that Goku shouldn't have suggested Super Saiyan 4 to fight Beerus. There's no reason, because he didn't think of it at the time. It's just, it wasn't a thing. And is that a problem objectively with the show? Absolutely. Like, Dragon Ball has been playing fast and loose for so many years, and we should call it out on it. I gotta disagree with BCL, the fact, it's a kid's show, you shouldn't criticize. No, fuck that. We should always criticize. We should always strive for better. We should always be Goku, and we should always try to get to that next level of storytelling that is coherent and is cohesive. And you know what? Dragon Ball Daima wasn't quite there for me on that. I want to end it on a positive note because I do like the show, but there's far too much sloppy storytelling in it for me to give it anything more than a 6. I'm sorry to say. Like, and that's a subjective 6. It might be closer to like a 5, maybe not a 4, just because it's pretty coherent and there's no real like huge plot holes in and of itself. But as far as a sequel to the Buu saga, I do feel like it's pretty lacking, especially in regards to Piccolo. And Cryptic, you're totally right about that. But overall, Daima is magical, and it should be cited for being, I think, to answer the question that the title of this video poses, yes, I do think it is better than GT, and yes, I do think it is better than Super.
Stow that thought. That's my next question. So we're just gonna move to Cinny. Cinny, overall, give us your thoughts on Super Daima, whether it's canon, and just what you would give Daima in terms of a rating. I guess I'll ask the rest. I wasn't doing ratings yet. I was just doing it for BCL because he had to leave, but we can go ahead and do this for everybody real quick. You're muted.
So I don't really know what I would give it as far as a rating. Maybe like a 7 out of 10. I really enjoyed it for what it was. I know I asked you a couple of questions about the how canon this story was compared to everything else. So I'm not fully clear on all of it. So I try to judge them just based on their own story because I think Dax is right. But I'd say I like it more than GT. I do like the premise for GT, but I really enjoyed Daima a lot.
Perfect. Mike, do you have a rating for this since we weren't doing that at the time?
I don't know what I don't know where I'd rate it. I really enjoyed it. I do agree that the inconsistencies can be annoying. I know Toriyama doesn't care, but I agree we should care. I think I'd probably give it a 7 because I had so much fun with it. It felt like a callback to Dragon Ball. I prefer the storytelling in GT much more after they finish the Grand Tour part and Baby comes into the fold. I really enjoyed it.
I'm gonna get to a GT question. So anything related to GT, just hang tight, just a little bit longer than Neon.
Okay, well, I mean, if it's between Super and Daima, I'd still pick Super. Because when I go back and watch Super now, I watch the Battle of Gods movie, then the Frieza movie, and then I go straight into the anime.
That's how you should do it. Ignore the first 2 arcs. Just watch the movies. Thank you.
Yeah, the anime versions were really not good. But if you watch the 2 movies first, and then the Goku Black arc and Tournament of Power, all the stuff in between, and then the Broly film, it's a good watch.
Cryptic, what would you give it out of 10?
I'll probably give it a 6 or a 7.
Okay. And Nerdigans, what about you?
I would give it an 8 because there's a couple of like episodes where the pacing is very questionable, and there could have been a lot more like exposition. But like for everything else, and also they're early on the cinematography could have been better, and we could have gotten more usage of being smaller. But other than that, it was really good.
And then I guess I'll go last on this one before I ask what I think will be the final 2 questions of the evening. I will give this show an 8. And the reason I'm giving it an 8 is because I think there are a lot of folks, maybe not necessarily on this panel or whatnot, but just in general, that didn't watch Dragon Ball. In the West, Dragon Ball didn't gain any sort of popularity. Z is what popularized the IP. And so folks, when they watch this or GT or even to an extent Super, don't have the knowledge of Dragon Ball and how it's a comedy first. Akira Toriyama loved writing comedy. That was his favorite thing. And that's what this should be seen as, a comedy with action moments. And I prefer that. I like watching. I'm not a big fan of shonen anime. I like comedy first, the comedy first and foremost. There's obviously exceptions. Love One Piece, love Naruto, things like that. But in general, I'm not a big fan of shonen in general.
I love that you say that, but you're such a big fan of shonen.
No, I'm not a big fan of shonen. I'm a big fan of key shonen, and then the majority of shonen I think sucks. What, Dex?
Massive Cap.
Massive Cap? No, it's not. I don't like Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't like Black Clover. I don't like, frankly, Bleach.
Black Clover has a lot of comedy that Dragon Ball has.
Say that again, Nerdigans.
But Black Clover has, and also Bleach too. But Black Clover has a lot of comedy that Dragon Ball has.
Right, but those are still at the end of the day the shonen archetypes that Dragon Ball Z and honestly mostly Z popularized. There's nothing new or unique or original about the vast majority of any shonen after the Big 3 era, after the Bleach, Naruto, One Piece era. Almost every shonen after that doesn't offer anything that we haven't seen before. And so it's a very stale genre for people who've been watching anime for a long period of time. Daima is, if nothing, it is consistent in what it wants to be, which it wants to be a throwback to Dragon Ball while telling a new story with Akira Toriyama at the helm. and delivering fun fights, but mostly just a comedic adventure that you're along the ride for. And that's all I need it to be. Plus, the animation for being modern animation is gorgeous. It's honestly animated better than the majority of Super. There are parts of Super that are better, but as consistency wise, I think Daima has a sense of consistency that a lot of projects, Dragon Ball or not, don't have. So, yeah, I'm gonna give it an 8, and that's where I'm gonna lead to this question of what does everyone think is the overall better product, GT or Daima? We'll start with Cinevere. If you watched GT, Cindy, I don't know if you did or not.
It's been so long. Like, I remember the story was really good, but or at least I liked the storyline for Baby. But I just didn't really enjoy GT that much, so I think that's why I give Daima a higher rating.
Okay, Mike, what do you? And you started to say it was why I cut you off. What do you think is the overall better product, GT or Daima?
Am I echoing, by the way?
You seem good now. There was an echo there for a bit, but you seem good now.
Oh, okay. Story beats wise, I think GT beats Daima. But I think overall pacing, GT's pacing was awful in the beginning. It was really hard to get through the first 20 episodes, and that really dragged the show down. I'd probably go overall. Daima is it's an easier watch. But if you grew up watching Dragon Ball, and then, you know, with Dragon Ball GT's second half, it's really hard to not appreciate what they did with the character arcs in that show. So, I don't know, man. Like, the first 20 episodes of GT are so shit, it's unreal. Like, it really drags the show down. So I'll probably go Daima. But I don't feel good saying that.
It's a hard question. So, yeah, no, I feel you. Cryptic, what about you, brother?
I agree with Mike because the first 20 episodes, if you're just going by the episodes, because it's 20 episodes of Daima and the first 20 episodes of GT, Daima is better. Because those first 20 episodes is just him getting a child, him and Pan and Trunks traveling, and nothing's happening in those first 20 episodes. But the second half, when Baby and everything else happens, the dragons, that's when GT really starts popping off. That's when I say I like GT more. But just for those first 20 episodes alone, it is Daima.
Nerdy?
Of course, I gotta pick Daima because one, you don't have Pan like just squawking off and being annoying as hell. You have Pansy, who's a lot better and more useful, for one thing.
I gotta agree.
And I'm really annoyed.
I said earlier, and I'll say it again. I do think Pansy is the best new character to be introduced into Dragon Ball. Honestly, probably since Whis and Beerus. I fucking loved Pansy. She was such a great character. I want to see more of her. Sorry, continue.
I don't like her dub though. Her dub voice actress is bad.
I watched them sub like an adult, so I don't know that.
Yeah, she is just bad. She should Pan's dub voice actress should have been her. I'm not sorry for saying that, but
no,
you don't have Trunks in like really horrible looking shorts. You have Glorio. I mean, it's just such a fun ride. The Demon World, the Demon World is so goddamn gorgeous. I just couldn't stop looking at it. And like every episode, I'm like, Toei, this is merch. You could like frame, sell anime cells of it and just like put it on people's walls. The Tamagami are awesome. I love them. They are freaking amazing to look at, and their personalities are fun too. I mean, you got Ku and Do, which are fun too. And GT, you got the Para brothers, which even though they are funny as hell and stupid.
Para, go Para.
But yeah, you have them. You got the dragons and all that. But like, it just, I feel like Daima is more of like a feel good watch. Whereas like GT, it's like it's mixed, if that makes sense.
It does, and I'll bring up that something very similar to that. But before I do, Daxnar, GT versus Daima, what is the better product?
All right, I mean, let's break GT down. We got the Black Star Dragon Ball arc, which, while I admire what it was trying to do, most of it is pretty disposable. You don't really get a whole lot of good characterization for Trunks or Pan, which is what you really want to be doing when Goku's around, because Goku is a flat character. He's supposed to change other people, and I'm fine with him being static as long as other people change around him. Pan and Trunks don't change. They're the same milquetoast characters they are at the end that they are at the start, and they're Goku's cheerleaders, and it's lame. And then we get to the baby arc, which is damn ambitious. It does a whole lot with what is available and gives Majub an actual good role because Oob is a good boy, and I like whenever he's used.
Oob is so underrated.
Yeah, and he manages to be useful in that arc. To me, as an arc, Baby is like a solid 7 because there's a lot of stuff that could be improved, but you had a really good team effort there at the end, and I think that fight is handled way better than the Goma fight. But that's one arc. Because you get 2 arcs after that, and they're Super 17 and the Shadow Dragons, both of which suck really hard. Super 17 is miserable. Nothing is accomplished. It's a whole bunch of retreading old villains.
It's 3 episodes. The shortest arc in Dragon Ball history.
Oh my god! I thought it was that short. God, that's hard shit. But yeah, okay, that's like a 2 out of 10, and then you get to the final arc, which fucks around for 80% of its runtime until we get to Sin Shenron and Ice Shenron. Or Blaze Shenron, right? Nova Shenron.
Yeah, Nova Shenron.
And we get some good stuff between him and Goku, and SSJ4 continues to be fucking awesome, and Chad, and wonderful. We get Gogeta, which is cool, but does nothing in classic Dragon Ball fashion. And we get the Universal Spirit Bomb. And then one of the best endings the series has ever got. Overall, GT's like a 5 multiple just because it has so much dragging it down. I think Daima edges it out at a 6 for me just because while it has a lot of the same problems as GT, they are less severe and it's way better to look at and just way more consistent. In spite of its shortcomings, I gotta give it to Daima. And Super's over there in the side, in the gutter, getting peed on by Hobo.
I'll round it out. GT and Daima. It's obvious that Daima is a way to try and reattempt what GT was doing, but in a more positive manner. Here's, I think, the interesting juxtaposition between the two. GT or Daima, I mean, is more consistent overall, but I think the highs of GT are higher highs. I think the idea of the Shadow Dragons, the Dragon Balls turning against you after all these uses, is brilliant. Fusions, the way the fusions are done is brilliant. Super Saiyan 4, Baby, the history of the Tuffles is brilliant. The art, I think the art is better in GT because I like that hand-drawn style, but the lows are super low. While I appreciate what the Black Star Dragon Ball arc is trying to do, it fucking sucks. The majority of this Shadow Dragon arc, until we get to Sin and eventually Omega Shenron, and just a little bit of Nuova and Ice Shenron, fucking suck. Dude, Super Android 17 arc, oh my god, thank god it's only 3 episodes. It fucking sucks. But man, the highs do hit higher in GT. So it boils down to it's almost an even split, except, and I'm surprised no one has fucking mentioned this. It blows my mind. I'm going to give GT the edge for one reason, because it is at this point in my mind a 50-50 gamble.
I'm listening.
GT, and I'm not exaggerating, I think has the best soundtrack and music to any anime I've ever seen. They did not need to go so goddamn hard on the music for GT, and they did. And it adds a level of character to the show that no Dragon Ball Z, Super whatever, has ever accomplished, and it pushes over the edge for me. Maybe it's because I'm a musician, and I appreciate that sort of thing. I look for that sort of thing, but the soundtrack is what pushes one from being 50-50 to 49-51, and I give the edge to GT.
You're talking about the Japanese soundtrack, right?
Oh, fucking course.
Step into the Grand Tour.
Was about to say. But yeah, I totally understand why you say that, because like that was probably one of the things that bothered me about Daima was the soundtrack, because it didn't go hard enough.
It
It
was
just
out of
kept
place.
reusing tracks, and it just drove me nuts.
Did anybody notice that Glorio and Arinsu look like Tower and Mirror?
Yep.
Oh, big time.
Nerdigans brought that up earlier, actually, and we had a pretty big discussion about whether or not we'll see Toa and Mira in the future. And yeah, good call, Mike. Yes. I take it you're a Xenoverse fan.
Yeah, I was watching it and I was like, are they gonna mention the fact that they kind of look like Tower and Mirror? But I guess maybe that's something they could pick up later on. But yeah, no, I was a big Xenoverse fan.
I'm hoping they do as well. And so guys, we're gonna sign off with this final thing, and I'm bringing this up for a specific reason. Mike released a video a few days ago, and it's fucking beautiful and brilliant. I was gonna honestly do a reaction video to it, but I got sucked into it, and I can't do a reaction if I've already seen it before. On Akira Toriyama himself, on the anniversary of his passing, and Mike, I truly mean this. It was a beautiful video. I'm not just saying that because I'm in it. Beautiful fucking video, dude. Like you nailed it. Because a year and a week ago, Akira Toriyama passed, and you put together a 1-year anniversary in memoriam sort of video. And you pull out all the stops. It's actually criminally underviewed. At the end of this, I'm going to drop it in the chat so y'all can go watch it, and I highly request that you do, because there was clearly a lot of work put into that. And compared to some of the other videos on your channel, it needs more views. Fuck all. Anyway,
I did find it funny that everyone was like, "Oh, Mike, you should do some like positive content, not always talk about the bad stuff." And then when I did that, I was like, I literally released the video the following day.
All the time. When you and I met, I assume, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but you thought I was a rage bait grifter, and that's not the case. I do positive videos all the time, but they don't get the fucking views. People don't watch positive shit on YouTube, unfortunately.
Yeah, I said to people, I do the videos that I like, but I do find it funny that I released the video the following day, which was like about some nonsense that got like 20,000 views, but the video about Toriyama only had 2. So I was like, you guys don't even watch this stuff.
Right, and it's such a good video. And again, I want everybody who go check out Mike's video, and to lead up to that, I want to go around the horse. We'll start with Cryptic. We'll move over. I want to kind of save Mike and myself for last. And just tell us, now that we are a little over a year into Toriyama's passing, what he meant to you, his body of work, not just Dragon Ball, but everything in general. What Toriyama meant to you as just send off to Otherworld for one of the greats. Cryptic, let's start with you, man. Give us just your what Toriyama meant to you.
I'm gonna keep it real simple. He's an all-father of anime and manga. He's an all-father.
I mean, shit, that's all you got. That's brilliant and simple. We can go to nerdy unless you got anything else.
No, that's it.
He all father. All right. Nerdians, what does Toriyama Sensei mean to you?
Someone said this, and I found this tweet of mine like around the time that he passed, is that Toriyama is our generation's JRR Token. That's what he is. And it's incredible to see how much influence that he has had on anime, manga, video games, and not just in Japan, but like everywhere. And I remember when Toriyama passed, and we saw like governments in Central America like dedicating a day to mourn for him. And even like you had the French president like tweeting out like a thing of mourning for Toriyama. So like just seeing how like I don't remember who it was, if it was the creator of I think it was either Chrono Trigger or Dragon Quest. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying that Toriyama was this generation's like John Lennon, and I'm like, oh my god, you could make that argument because of how people around the world reacted to his loss. And it's incredible. It really is incredible. Yeah, I said token.
And frankly, nerdy, I agree with you. People in the chat might be like, "What the fuck, Tolkien?" I don't think they understand Toriyama's
Mostly
legacy or
just
what he meant
ship.
to the East.
Mostly just ship being ship.
No. Tolkien and Stan. I see people saying Tolkien, the question mark. I saw Kroback say Stan Lee. I think both are apt descriptions. He was the Tolkien or the Stan Lee, or if not both, of the East. But that anyway, Dak, all
It's
you.
more along the lines of the fact that it's that particular genre. Sorry.
No, yeah. Let's get Dax, then we'll give you your thoughts, Cindy, and we'll go from there. So, Dax, what did Toriyama mean to you?
Man. Toriyama to me is pure unbridled creativity. I will always hold Dragon Ball to probably a higher standard that I hold most things, just because it was that original inspiration that got me into not only anime, but like action as a genre, martial arts. It's kind of everything to me. And it means more than I can really express in words. And even if Daima falls short in a lot of aspects of writing, it is quintessential Dragon Ball and is necessary viewing for anyone who considers themselves even a casual fan of this franchise. And his influence cannot be understated in any capacity. You mentioned the soundtrack to GT Leon. I've been listening to GT Lo-Fi during the latter part of this stream, and not gonna lie, I'm getting pretty choked up. So I'm gonna send it over to Hollow. Thanks so much for joining us, man. And yeah, it's been a good one.
Well, we're not passing it to Hollow. I actually want him to go last, given his video, which we'll link in the chat afterwards. We'll cut to Cinny, then me, then we'll let Mike go last. But Cinny, what does Toriyama mean to you?
Oh man. You mentioned like J.R.R. Tolkien, and then you mentioned John Lennon and all that. And it's like Toriyama is definitely going to be that person in the forefront that would represent the entire anime community as a whole. He's touched more lives than I think even Sailor Moon can claim. When you have the entirety of Mexico actually shutting down, Brazil just shutting down just because he passed, that's insane. We don't realize what we've lost. Or at least it shocks me so much to see what we've lost. We've lost Stan Lee, and we lost Toriyama. And it's sad because you're going to have so many generations that won't understand or get to see all this love that we have now. It really sucks. And I feel his loss, especially in Daima, when when it makes me stop to wonder how would Toriyama put this in his spin more completely if he had drawn this back in the day. I would love to see. I would have loved to have seen more work of his, and I look forward to seeing his new anime. What was it? The Sand one?
Sandland.
Oh, Sandland?
Yeah, Sandland. So yeah, watching Daima made me really want to see it, and kind of reminisce some more about the old days.
And also with Sandland, the second half of it is original content that's not even the manga. It's like a whole new original story.
Oh, that sounds
for
amazing.
Sandland. Yeah, it's a sequel. So like the first half
I
is
don't know if
like
that's a
the
good thing or a
adaptation
bad
of
thing.
it. Huh?
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because when I hear anime diverges from a manga, I think of Tokyo Ghoul, I think of Promised Neverland season 2. So I'm sorry.
It didn't diverge. It's original content beyond the manga.
Yeah, it's a straight up sequel.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have Sandland adapted in the first half, and then because Sandland's a short manga, and then the second half of it is is a straight up sequel to Sandland.
Oh, well, that's good to know. Thank you for sharing that, Nerdigan.
As far as Toriyama goes, there is a reason people compare him to Tolkien, to Stan Lee. There's a reason that countries literally shut down because of his passing. The same way that Tolkien almost effectively single-handedly created the high fantasy genre, Toriyama created the modern shonen zeitgeist back in 1984, and it's a template that's still being used to this day. One Piece, the one of the biggest IPs in the world, wouldn't exist without it. Naruto is a direct inspiration from it. And I mean, Oda didn't even know what One Piece, Toriyama didn't even know what One Piece was. Oda, the creator of One Piece, he was a massive fan of Toriyama, of all of his work, and Toriyama's children were fans of One Piece, and it brought the two together. We have people again. I love Sailor Moon and all these other Toonami era anime that helped popularize the genre, or not just the genre, the medium in the West. But it was single-handedly one man, Toriyama, who actually effectively created the genre when he didn't need to, mind you. Dragon Ball wasn't his first anime. Dr. Slump was, and Dr. Slump was a comedy anime about an android girl who this manga, or I say comedy anime, comedy manga. I mean, it was so successful. He was a multi-millionaire off that manga. By the way, most mangaka do not make millions. Their stuff doesn't go mainstream. It's just it's an accident. It's a fluke when that happens. So even he never needed to create Dragon Ball. He did it because he wanted to. He was an artist and a creative at the end of the day. And like Blue Collar said, I mean, 41 years later, it is not only is Dragon Ball in the top 20, I think number 14 highest selling IPs of all time. The dude did work after work after work, not just on manga, but video games. I mean, he was on multiple video games. He did multiple anime. He's there was nothing his creative juices wouldn't allow him to do. And then when he came to America to do the Hollywood thing with the live action garbage adaptation, it reinvigorated his creativity to bring back Dragon Ball, which had been dormant because he wanted to prove he could do a better job than Hollywood, all while maintaining a sense of privacy and very rarely ever doing interviews because he just wanted to create. He wanted to draw. He wanted to write. He was never the Stan Lee of the East in the way that Stan Lee wanted to. And I love Stan Lee. I had the opportunity to meet him before his passing, and he was a gem. I actually wore a Goku shirt to meet Stan Lee, and Stan Lee said, and I fucking quote, I've got the photo. Hey, kid, I like your Goku shirt. Stan Lee knew who the fuck Goku was. That blew my mind. And much like BCL said, he watched Dragon Ball as a teenager and now shares it with his kid. Exactly. My father introduced me to Dragon Ball. I've since introduced it to my offspring. It is a generational thing. But again, it's not just Dragon Ball. He's done so much stuff. So, yes, the comparison to Tolkien and what he created and his legacy is 100% valid. I don't think that we'll very, very rarely does a creative like that ever come about. And, yeah, Tolkien was amazing, but Toriyama is and will always be my hero, 100%. And he created my hero, which is Goku. And Mike, we'll leave it to you. I'm going to link your video in the chat below afterwards.
So I think like anime is Japan's greatest export, or at least one of them. And I think you have Dragon Ball to thank for that directly. And I think the comparison to Tolkien is appropriate because of, I don't know even if it does it justice, because like in my area, I remember growing up, and I don't live in like the best neighborhood, and there's some kids around here that didn't have dads growing up, and I remember there were times where like you could see people going astray and getting into the wrong life, and then I remember like Dragon Ball Z would come on TV, and these kids would, instead of like being outside, you know, doing things they shouldn't be doing, they were sitting indoors watching Dragon Ball. And I remember some of them were like, we would talk about it because even I almost got involved with the wrong people, and we would just be like, oh, you know, I want to see Dragon Ball tomorrow. We weren't really interested in what we were doing outside. And I think Dragon Ball played an important role in raising a lot of young boys around the world. Even the people that I interact with, like obviously Leon's seen the video, but a lot of the guys in the video said that Dragon Ball like pulled them out of a dark place, or the characters in the show almost acted like father figures to them. So I think Toriyama, to me, like he was almost like like my whole personality and the things that I did, I can directly link it to Dragon Ball. So I can almost look at him like a father figure in a sense. And maybe I wouldn't have the friends that I have now, and I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in now. I wouldn't have taken gym seriously if it wasn't for Toriyama. So I think in terms of like raising a generation of boys, and obviously girls as well, but when I was growing up, it was mainly boys. I think that his impact on the world it might be unmatched. I know like there's a guy in your chat that's offended that will compare him to Tolkien, but I don't think he realizes that even like my sister-in-law is from Colombia, and she grew up around some really like nasty people. And I think when Toriyama died, I heard that in their area they had like called a ceasefire, and they were like, yeah, we're not gonna fight today because Toriyama's passed away. So I think it just goes to show how much he meant to people. So there's not enough words to say good things about Toriyama and what he did for the world. But for me, at least, I think he steered me in the right direction.
I'm gonna go ahead and post Mike's video in the chat right now. Everybody, cue it up, watch it. We're gonna do our outros. We got just a few minutes left. Y'all want to send some last minute super chats? Just saying. And we will start with Cryptic, who, for the love of God, you should take some inspiration from Goku and just getting out there and fucking doing it, and get your goddamn YouTube channel started, Cryptic. We want to hear what you
It's
got
coming.
to say.
It's coming. I gotta get this move packed up and everything.
Hurry up. Tell the people who you are and what you do, my friend.
As of right now, I'm just your average DEI hire trying to get his anime YouTube started.
That's true. We only have Cryptic on because he's black, not because he's knowledgeable about anime at all. Like, that has nothing to do with it. Nah, Cryptic, man, we love you. Thank you so much for coming on, brother. I'm glad we got to share this night with you, especially since you weren't on the original docket. You hopped in the chat. You're like, yo, you doing a Toriyama stream without me? You doing a Daima stream? Fuck no, you come in, bro. You raced home from wherever you were, work or whatever. You're like, it's time to fucking talk about Dragon Ball. And you were so welcome, man. Thank you so much. Nerdigans, tell the people who you are, what you do, and make sure to mention that homo ass outlet you work for, ran by that piece of shit Chink Spencer. No, I love Spence. He's my fucking bestie. Go on.
You can find me on Nerdigans Inc., where we cover manga and anime every day. Also my Twitter, where I am causing a lot of shenanigans and exposing a lot of fuckery, as well as covering manga, anime, and video game news. And I do write for Bounding into Comics. I have a lot of manga and anime news I need to finish up for that as well. And my poor kitty is like passed out and he's frustrated that I'm not like going to sleep. Hopefully I'll be on more panels here too. That'll be really fun. And on Wednesday, I am part of the 01 streams for Bounding into Comics YouTube, and we talk about like all sorts of crazy pop culture stuff. And that's actually pretty fun too. So
yeah, Cider's really made that a big thing. He's killed it with that.
Yeah, Cider has really like resurrected the Bounding into Comics YouTube channel from the bowels of hell.
I made a tweet the other day, and the tweet popped off like 100,000K views or whatever. And Cider was the first one to comment on it, and I responded back. And some fucking douchebag was like, "You're responding to a bot, right?" And I'm like, "I've streamed with Cider multiple fucking times. What are you talking about?" Anyway,
They're
Dax,
trying to treat Cider like he's Yorch or JDA. Oh my god, Yorch is just.
Yeah, Yorch, JD, all them, dude, fuck all them fakers. Dex, aside from being the best mod in the whole damn land, tell the people who you are and what you do.
Hey everybody, it's the drink. Recently achieving SSJ4. Just here to tell you, come back to the channel on Monday. Come back the following Friday, because you know we're going to be loving some anime, loving some pop culture, and hating some JDA. Y'all know what it's about. And I just want you to look at that like button and cut it in half harder than I did Freezer. Because at the end of the day, monkeys killing space lizards is why we're all here. And I've just had an excellent time with y'all tonight. And I want to thank Leon personally for letting me talk about my favorite franchise of all time in this long-form, lovely panel with all of you, especially you, City. And Nerdy, thanks so much for joining us. It's been great. Cryptic, thanks for dropping in, bro. Mike, good to see you again. Leon, you're a true ass mofo.
Mike, my friend, thank you so much for showing up. Tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you, because I also think you're criminally undersubbed. You make great content. I want more folks to know about what you do, brother.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, I'm on YouTube. You know, I think things are going pretty well on the channel. I'm pretty happy with the progression of everything. I just sort of like cover stuff in the gaming scene as well, mainly fighting games. I've kind of like become the place that people go to just have chats about fighting games. I did have a question for you.
You're like
though,
the
Leo.
Black Maximilian dude.
I had a question for you though, because you mentioned shonen and you're not really into it. Do you like Attack on Titan?
Oh man.
Okay.
Are we having this talk?
I loved the first season, and then after that, it just went to shit. Dude, I fucking hate Attack on Titan after the first season. I do. It becomes such pretentious 9th grade level philosophy. I loathe it, man. I really do. And I wanted to like Attack on Titan so bad, but I hate it. I've seen over 400 animes, so I'm a snob, but dude, I'm not a fan of Attack on Titan. First season really good though, and I do think that it will at least had the potential. I think I should have bet with this, but it had the potential to be the next generation's DBZ.
Fair enough.
I do how like we all groaned collectively.
I'm a big Attack on Titan fan, so I was just wondering where you guys sat on it. But like, it's really big in the UK. We had it in the cinema just now as well with the last 2 episodes.
Oh yeah,
people going
Talk
crazy
about the movie.
Yeah.
You guys...
It's not really a movie. It's just a lot. It's literally there's a minute's worth of new footage, but seeing it in the cinema and seeing like the climax was really cool.
Well, so Blue Collar Loser, who was on the show earlier and whatnot, he actually I don't know if you got this in the UK, but Daima did the same thing here in the US. We got the first 3 episodes in the cinema, and he went to that with his son, and they just had an amazing time. It was again, just a gathering of fans. It was an event, and so while I may not like AOT on a personal level, I will always be all in for individuals in the anime community just coming together to experience something communal like that.
Yeah, AOT is the only anime I think that I've seen. Like I sat around with people and watched it, and people were like crying at the end of it. And when we went to watch it at the cinema again, there were like old men and old women and stuff sitting there crying. So maybe give it another chance. I really enjoyed it.
I'm gonna say this though, if you want to talk about a series that's like straight up like Dragon Ball inspired, well, it's Dragon Ball meets Berserk. It's surprisingly, it's Four Knights of the Apocalypse, which is the sequel to Nanatsu no Taizai. I'm telling you right now, Nakaba is it. Like the moment you meet Percival, you're like, that is Goku, and it is like it's not like straight up Goku, but it's like a fun, like Goku inspired character, and it's so good. You gotta read Nanatsu no Taizai first, obviously, but when you get into Four Knights of the Apocalypse, it's like. It is so good. It is really, really good. I strongly recommend it if you want like a read the manga. Do not watch any of the animes. Those are bastardizations. Go read the manga for Nanatsu no Taizai and Four Knights of the Apocalypse. You will thank me.
Leon, real quick, please, I'm begging you. I just shared a picture. It's for Mike. You guys have to see this. I may not like Attack on Titan, but I do love Levi, and this is a fucking
Levi is
bucket.
the worst character.
It's a popcorn.
Nah, he's not.
That is awesome. I want that.
Levi's sick, man. You don't like Levi?
I love Levi.
First season, he's not that good.
I'm an Armin girl myself.
Season 3 Levi, man, he was awesome in that.
Levi is that rule of cool character who doesn't earn the rule of cool. Like Dante from Devil May Cry is a rule of cool character, and he fucking earned it.
They never gave you his backstory. His backstory is in a completely different story. So when you
Yeah,
get his
yeah, I
backstory,
guess,
you get a better understanding of who he is.
You want to know who I did like in AOT? And he actually does have a very good send off with his death and whatnot.
Erwin.
I'm blanking on his name, but he was the blonde dude who was the
Erwin.
head of the scout
Erwin.
team.
Yeah.
Erwin, yeah.
Erwin. Who should have
Yeah.
lived and Armin should have died.
Armin. I fucking love Armin as a character.
No, Armin should have died and Erwin should have lived. And we wouldn't have been where we were at. But you know, that's a problem for a different day.
Attack on Titan Abridged Team 4-star. Fight me.
Oh man, I'm so sad that never got on.
Oh, I know. I was so pissed. Okay, sorry, I derailed
Anyway,
everything.
sorry.
Continue.
Go. Yeah, Cindy, you've released a couple of videos recently, so by all means, tell people who you are, what you do, because I want to see you grow like a goddamn beanstalk when it comes to YouTube, since you've been killing it in the game recently. Someone who's so new to it.
Oh, well, thank you, Leon. Yes, I dropped the video today. I sacrificed my voice, cuties, just for y'all. So, you know, give it a watch, won't you? I was so excited to cover the beginning after the end anime trailer. Definitely my favorite light novel. Can't recommend it enough. But yeah, I cover anime, manga, I guess. I haven't covered that yet. And video games and a little bit of horror now and again. So keep a lookout for me, cuties.
That's what you like to hear. And last but not least, you got me. Let's see. Today, I guess it's technically today because it's 4 a.m. our time. I probably won't be releasing a video on today's Saturday because I'm on like 4 different streams today and haven't recorded anything. But you will have probably a video Sunday, as well as we hit the tier 3 goal on Neon Leon. So we'll be doing a stream on Sunday, which is not part of the normal plan. But you know what? Tier 3, that's what it means. And then, of course, Monday, we do have Neon Leon videos to come. But you know what? You guys are always here for me, and I appreciate it. Just make sure to follow and sub to my lovely panel. And again, just take a moment to pour one out for our boy Toriyama, a legend. And until next time, also thank you to everyone who showed up. A 4-hour stream is not what we normally do. For those of you that stuck around, it just goes to show how much you love and care about this IP and love his work in general. And for those of you in the extra mile to super chat, you didn't need to, you did. It truly means the world to me. It's what keeps this channel up and running and able to do our improvements and grow. And yeah, until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere, and this has been Words of Paradise.